Oh, I actually forgot to change my my stream info. Won't be one moment. There we go. My apologies. Yeah, I still had the No Man's Sky information on it. Yeah, so the new category came up. It would be shown in the wrong category. So, how have you been, Terry? Yeah, I can't believe I forgot that. I've just been so tired. Really. So, how's my audio? Okay, I suppose. Yeah, I forgot to change my screen info from the last one. Right. He's on TikTok, yeah? No. Yeah, I've done quite a bit on this. There's still a lot of decorating and, well, all of the buildings are up. Just a matter of finishing them off. Okay, which way am I going this way? Yeah, so a bit to be done. Let's find out what I'm going to do with these smaller edges. I'll have to fence this in anyway. I suppose I could add some trees here. I can't do any kind of fruit trees. Right, and then on the side. So this is the design I worked out in the end. Perfect sound. Thank you, Terry. This was the best one I could come up with under the circumstances. It's kind of huge. Now, if I'm going with some cherry trees and the other junk, I think I'll run them along here. Use up the bits and pieces we have. Eventually named my village as well. That should work. Right, we'll check on our settlers. We'll do this in bits and pieces. And they still have to grow. They'll take about another year, I'd say, before they're fully grown. They're the pear trees. Got my hops thing in here as well. Couple of new houses. Well, 4 actually. We could do small gardens back here, I'd say. I might be able to get away with them here. Well, we'll leave that for when we're decorating, I suppose. But this would be an ideal opportunity all the same. Yeah, we'll look at that later. That will be part of filling up this junk in this place. And these. All that section down here. This was, remember, a large forest. I got all the trees out as well. Oh, that's one big settlement. Yeah, once junk is in place, it should fill up nicely. There's still the gateways to put up. I think I might just do the ordinary fencing. Yeah, that would do. It's definitely different. I'm surprised it's taking all the trees. Okay. Let's have a quick look here and we'll first of all check on our crops. We get out of this straight into the winter season. We're pretty much done. No, almost. Orchard 15. Tree of tree. Oh, I don't get that, to be honest. Well, this is autumn. They don't go anywhere till summer. It's just picking then. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. It's come along. This is as big as I can go without doing some major damage, Wolf. And how have you been? Yeah, this might be a little larger than the last one, just by sheer space. So this is what I got in the end. Something like this. The other one might have been a little bigger, but not as compact. I don't know, it seems to be pretty big. I think the other one was about that size there. It's hard to know. Looks bigger, doesn't it? Yeah, not too bad, just extremely tired. I'm wearing this compression thingy on my foot. The pain is a little better, but it's still quite annoying. It seems to be getting worse. And you? How have you been? Next weekend is your weekend off, isn't it? Just so drained all the time. Although I did have a busy day today, to be honest. A couple of medical appointments. I had to renew some ID. Oh God, I hate that. ton of stuff. By the time I got back, I actually kind of dozed off. Deer hunting, nice. Yeah, I saw that one there. Now I've got to do the finder points. That's the one that's going to take the time. Well, there's plenty of houses anyway. This is what we got. We got 44 houses. A combination of the 3 and 4 bedrooms. And my one as well, so 43 with that. Those ones there. We have 10 extraction, 3 hunting, 10 farming. Okay, animal husbandry, 8 production, 9 services. Was all stalls really. Well, mostly. And 15 storage. So what do we get? We have... the population is a bit low, but I've got lots of room. Yeah. They do some deer hunting here as well. I have a couple of cousins that are big into hunting. 59, so what have we got? How many houses? 112. It's not bad. Right. Now, it's the little things now I've got to do. And there's still a lot of organising to do on the other side. This is a bit of a concern to me here. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one here. You see what I mean? The slant is going that way. What I might do is forgo these altogether and just run across maybe with some fencing. That might work. Yeah, I can have a look in a moment anyway. For a few days, nice. Nice. Yeah, it's nice to get out with the grandkids for a while. Okay. Yeah, I short some paint, some dye on that. But we'll get that on the next season. I used up my stash. All of the houses are all of the large ones are decorated. The small ones, yeah, I'm not so sure what I'm gonna do with them, to be honest. And I need to make use of ground like this. Well, I'll go the low fence anyway. That's a given. From each side. I suppose plants or even these are okay for the time being. We have a lot of settlers as well. So yeah, hang on, let me have a look at this one. I have a plan for this. I'll just do little projects here and there and eventually we'll run out of stuff to do. I was starting on this a little earlier. You see, because of the shape of the settlement, well, especially the roads, I worked with this kind of design here. The edge had to be taken off, so that's the only kind of combination that would work. So obviously I matched on the other side. Just squeeze it in past the trees. Okay. And then there's this. Well, I can't do the flowers till maybe spring or summer, so I can see what they look like. I think so as well, yeah. Plus, it's easier to keep an eye on them, Wolf. Yeah. I noticed that. Yeah, if you bring more than one, one you can keep an eye on. You're checking up on one and the other one, yeah, one at a time. And it's safer as well. Oh, hi, Cajun. No problem. No problem. And thanks for lurking, Gerja. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Yeah, kids are into everything, aren't they? Right. This is where we're going to have to start to get a little bit creative here now. This is where we start to mold it a bit. Alright. Let me just do a save here. Well, winter is coming up, so we're going to have a sleek season. We'll try and get through that one as quickly as possible. I need some skulls anyway, so we can do a bit of hunting in the winter. What's that, 150? Yeah, that's the one. So, well, we have hedges this time. So, I am thinking that maybe we obviously go with a lower hedge. Let's see, can we get away with this? Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, how far we're going to bring this out. Oh, that's wrong. It's just going to be a thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's hard to judge where I need to bring that stupid thing out. Maybe if I do it this way. I've got 2 or 3 turns to make on this. Yeah, let's try this again. Okay. Oh, I have to get around one more turn here. Ah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Here, let me see. We need a spot on. Okay, let's have a look at that one. We'll see anyway. I know, don't look too bad. Yeah, I think that would work. Pretty good, thank you. I hope you've had a great day, Cajun. For the last 2 days I've been very unwell. Stomach bug. Yeah, I know what you mean. I have it myself. It's everywhere, Terry. Yeah. It's absolutely everywhere. But something like that you can expect to get. Yeah, it's nasty, all right. Now let me get something to drink. Yeah, I don't think that's too bad, guys. I'll have a quick look at that in a moment. And I'm thirsty all the time. God, I must look like that warmed up. There's nothing wrong with that, Terry, if there's your body just clearing itself out. Every process the body does is for a reason. Millions of years of evolution. Yeah, well, we can't see it properly, obviously, because it's kind of autumn, but I think that would work. Looks reasonable. I wonder, can we get junk on the inside? go with these because I think it's a bit much, to be honest. I will need one of those eventually, but I am thinking that guy. This is where we start nitpicking now, I'd say. Yeah, the space. What can one do? It needs to go in quite a bit. Let me see. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think we can live with that. Well, actually a bit more. Deceiving little guy, isn't it? Okay, that's as far as we can go. Yeah, I think I can live with that. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Similar kind of look. There's medication, I think, for that. Your doctor, you know, to stop the vomiting in that. I rarely do, to be honest. When I was younger, night out, maybe too much alcohol, your stomach gets a bit turned, or, well, food poisoning is another thing you'll get quite regularly here in my town. Well, I'm exaggerating, but obviously. Twice, maybe 3 times I got some food poisoning. Usually if you're not eating the right food, or, you know, not eating enough of the right food, and then a lot of junk food will make you sick as well. Oh, hi, young. And how have you been? Yeah, I think that would do, guys. I've closed the whole entire settlement down. I've got all my buildings in, and I've got the design laid out. And now it's the small stuff we're doing. I'm kind of taking my time while these guys are working with. I must be finished by now, aren't I? Yeah, I'm pretty much done. Well, it's winter coming up, so I can get rid of most of these guys. Now, right. Oh, where's that extraction? Okay. Now, let's get these farmers out for a while. Did I have enough of these guys in while we're just doing this for a while? I moved them around anyway. I'm doing this. There's other guys that are still getting maxed out. Okay. Well, there's nowhere else to put these guys in the winter anyway. Now, let's see. Now, how many are actually left? 4 of them. Okay. Let's see if we can find them. Should be able to sleep shortly. I think I did my round, so we can kind of go straight to another season. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad, young, just a bit tired. My foot, I got a compression soak thing. Yeah, it's made it a little better, but it's still very sensitive. Makes it kind of painful to walk sometimes. Talking calm. Oh, I wouldn't say that's exactly. I don't think I've paid in that. To be honest, it's just some people's personality. They just talk not so loud. Pretty common here. I wouldn't say it's it's anything original really. Oh hi Jesse. Christmas come early. Hi, how have you been? Yeah, we're just finishing off a large settlement I'm doing on the valley map. We were in here about how long ago, guys? Was it about 6, 7 months ago? We did. Well, actually, we started on the Oxbow map. It was my first playthrough. Just getting into the kind of nitty gritty of it. So there was three achievements I couldn't get, Jesse. So I decided to do one more playthrough on the valley map, get my achievements, and I picked up the Blessings of Nature DLC. There's not a lot in it. There's some plants, which is always nice, but the game changer was you could grow your own trees, and you can move them once they're grown. So I took the opportunity to do a different type of settlement this time. I'll show you what we've been doing here. Let me just save this one. And now I'll be kind of nitpicking, going over doing the last final decorations on it. See if I can put anything different in and that kind of stuff. So this is what we've got so far. This one is actually quite big. I'm surprised the Unreal 5 engine could take this kind of abuse. Not just the sheer number, but those trees have slight animation, Jesse. That is extremely hard. On the VRAM and, on the game itself, on the cell. Comedian. Yeah, I think I know him, Dylan Morgan. Or Moran, sorry, yeah. So this is what we've got so far. Just do a quick run around, I'll show you what we have. Now there is a little bit of stutter in this, but I'm not surprised. Especially when you're running. But it's definitely the trees. Now, I still have a ton of decorating to do here. Putting tables out, doing all that stuff. Still a lot to do on this. I finished one in Oxbow. I'll show you that in a moment if you're interested. See, this still needs a layer of decoration. I kind of do it in stages. But I've closed it all down and finished off its entire size. I'll be getting out here and doing the rest later. The trees need to be moved, fences in, bric-a-brac, all that kind of stuff. And then I'll need some other fruit trees as well. I'll figure out where I'll put those. Yeah, it's coming along okay. We spent quite some time on this so far. But I've been kind of messing about with it when I'm not streaming, mostly actually. And of course this is my house. I'll be getting those trees out and something decent in later. Of course the stable. But you can't really see it properly. You have to run through it, not like the other one. But we needed to do something differently, obviously, than the other one. I can't really get the height from here. But this is a biggie. I'll show it to you on the map. Yeah, there it is there. So that's a settlement there. And this we called it Valjabag. It just means nice village, or you know, could be translated as charming village. The other one we called yeah, bots are everywhere. But it's that guy that keeps posting the you wanna buy viewers and stuff. I don't know how long I have on this. Just whatever I did on the two playthroughs, the one on the Oxbow. But I build a lot on the likes of Fallout 4, Valheim, No Man's Sky, that kind of stuff. So it's not much different really, you know, once you get down to it. I like to do that as well, but once you put a lot of work into something, it's kind of hard to do. Yeah. And reset, yeah. But I have a finished one in Oxbow. I'll show it to you. This one is, and thanks for following, Jesse. I appreciate it and welcome. This one was before I got the DLC, so it was in a sense a little bit harder because every tree was kind of precious. So I think in the entire settlement, I think I removed about 10 trees in total. But on this one, and I think about 3 or 4 days after we finished that playthrough, the new DLC came out with the extra, you know, plants and stuff. So I'll show you that one. And unfortunately this is autumn as well. Best to see these settlements in spring, and now with new DLC they've got some stuff that blossoms in summer, so summer for this one. I like them as well, they're nice and distracting, you know. But I don't mind the other ones either. But a bit of building in it is pretty nice. This one is finished. And it's just as well I didn't get the DLC because, you know, I would have used a lot of that different stuff and it would have been kind of hard to make that settlement. This one here, or what I'm on I should say, a little different. But I was impressed with the AI padding, Jesse, on the NPCs on this. You know, for such a small dev team. I do know they do it 1,000 times better than Todd Howard and his crew. Even though, let's say, they might be light on script. It takes a little while to load up. This one was harder because of ground levels. Yeah, here it is here. This is a bit different, obviously. But the hill here was absolutely perfect. Yeah, I think so, yeah, there was some pretty good work. Absolutely perfect for a mill. Small tavern here, and there's a larger one near the mine.
Come here and share all your troubles.
Yeah, it's a pity it's autumn, all the plants are dead. Spring is about the best time to see this. So, I mean about the trees. Only if I had to, I took the trees out. And this is the layout on this one. Yeah, that's the layout on this guy. Here. And Gaelic, it's Fara Balya, it means far from home. I think the other one is a bit bigger. This was extremely hard to do with the ground levels. There was a nice piece of flat land here, but the rest of it, not so much. Yeah, there's a lake here as well, and a waterfall, and a mine. This is an ideal spot for building. Maybe a little bit on the hilly side. But my favorite view from this would be, especially in the summer, would be probably yeah, that turned out perfectly. You know, we met a major problem there, and that was a major problem with the hill. There's nothing much you can do with the hill except grow crops. But lucky enough, there was a decent enough spot to put my mill in. The mine, yeah. It was the waterfall that sold me, to be honest. Yeah, the mine wasn't so bad. Large orchard as well. Okay, let's go out this way here. Built so many bridges. You can do stuff by hand, but it's pretty tedious. I was hoping in that new DLC there was some more bric-a-brac, but no, they just concentrated on a few trees and flowers.
People say nothing is impossible, but I do know. And I don't care that it's been less than
Yeah. You've got to use that bat thing or walk into deep water. But this is a really good game, you know, with a bit more work, let's say, some proper voicing, you know, larger map, stuff like that, some real quests. I wouldn't mind giving the full kind of so-called AAA price for, you know, something that would come along. These guys, you know, they deserve it. No, I haven't tried it. A friend of mine was saying that it was kind of rubbish. Let me get my reading glasses so I can read your tag properly. Meningitis, is it? Yeah. Apparently it's rubbish. It has the same kind of producer, what are they called again? But not the same game devs. The guys who did this was, what are they, Render Cube. Yeah, Toplets would be the producer. Apparently different devs. I've heard it's kind of rubbish. I went in with low expectations and was still disappointed, yeah. There's a lot they took away from Medieval Dynasty, but overall I'd say it's way better. So you liked it? Oh, cool. Yeah. It's just a few friends were telling me, you know, the building aspect of it was, they were kind of disappointed. Depends on what you want, Jesse, I suppose, from a game. Um, for me, let's say the building and the ease of it, and how everything kind of fit together. Maybe there was more of a story and more things to fight and that. Let's say everyone takes away something a little different from a game. So it all depends on what you're looking for. Yeah, it's the building kind of made it for me. I would like, let's say, if you could be a little bit more creative on the houses. If you could kind of design one properly. Something like the Fallout 4 systems, or Valheim. Even one kind of one. But not every game is for everyone. Certain aspects of any game. Let's say we start off with obviously story, on any RPG. Well, these games, they're really not known much for their stories, are very minimal. But this one is, it's got a decent amount, let's say, compared to the likes of Valheim or Subnautica, which are very light. More about exploration and building. This is kind of like a little bit of a farm simulator as well. And some of the features don't even work. It's not well done. I found that with a game called, don't ever get it guys, Retreat to Enon, or NN. My god, that game was a pile of rubbish. Yeah. I haven't played it, but I watched a lot of gameplay on it. They took away NPC stats. Yeah, NPC pregnancies. And a few smaller things. But the combat is so much nicer. Yeah. Plus, I just kind of like the Japanese culture thing, yeah. It's been out for years, yeah. So what they did is they kind of scraped it down a bit, less of the kind of simulation thing, and they've done a little bit more on combat. Yeah, a lot of people would, let's say, prefer the combat and stuff, let's say, over other features in the game. Combat doesn't bother me that much in this. I think what it did want to do, I think it did it well. And probably it's the same with that. But if you were the type of player, let's say, that loved medieval Dynasty because of this kind of building, because it's of a similar name from the same producers, I think a lot of people thought it might have been the same devs and expected this, but with a kind of Japanese culture and setting, where you could do, different houses and stuff and crops and things. And I think, they were kind of expecting that. Yeah. But for anyone that, let's say, would like these, I suppose, with a little more combat, this is not really, a kind of combat game, not in the least. But for what it is, I think it's good. Subnautica is the same. Surprisingly good for what it was. The underwater thing. Very short game as well. Now let me get something to drink, guys. I'll show you the rest of this, and then we get back to the decorating. Valheim is pretty good. Valheim, I did that on single player. It can be grueling, to be honest. It's really a game that was kind of meant for multiplayer. With each biome getting progressively harder. The thing with Valheim was, let's say, to unlock the stuff for building, you had to kill the bosses, which was a right pain. I did a few on that, but I never even got around to uploading them yet. The first one I did was in the meadows. That one was a pretty large medieval type thing. A large manor, large gardens, kind of double walkway wall, roofed over. What else did we do? I think we did a moat. I'm nearly sure we did. What else did we do? Yeah, a lighthouse as well, and a large harbour on that one. a lot more freedom, let's say, in the likes of Valheim. So each, game you'll take something different from it. But I think most people who got that game was expecting something more like this with just a different setting. I think I've seen it on Game Pass, alright. And this is my house here. Yeah, this is quite nice. That's that pillar we got from the quest. But this is without the DLC, so no trees on this. And trees that you see are the ones that were already here. So it was a bit buggy. Yeah, these guys, everything they did was flawless. Yeah. Sometimes you'll see a little bit of moonwalking, but not much. But Microsoft have been doing that a lot lately. They're leaving games, let's say, they're selling games that I really think they shouldn't be. Take that Retreat from Eden, for instance. There's 4 achievements on that permanently bugged. Were never fixed. And it's been out, 2 years or 3 years or something on Xbox and maybe twice that on PC. But we played it. It was okay. It was a bit too grueling, to be honest. But I was raging when I found out they were bugged. Yeah. And I googled it to see what was going on. But there was a guy reviewing the game. And he said 4 of the achievements bugged out for him. And it was exactly the same 4 that bugged out for me. And that was a few years actually ago. Maybe 3-4 years ago. And then another guy was talking. He was saying he was a reviewer as well. The same thing happened to him. But obviously I bought the game, I played it, and I went in to leave a review. And then it said, be the first to review. And I said, okay, hang on.
It's the season of preparation.
It's very unusual that I'm the first, to review this game. Where you leave those little comments. But it let me type it out and everything. And then when it was finished, it said, not enough reviews to show. So Microsoft are purposely not showing any reviews for the game. It's been 5-6 years on Steam and it's been 2-3 years on the Xbox. So Microsoft are basically lowlifes, Because, if anyone was able to leave a review, they could warn people, that 4 of the main achievements are bugged and the game is pointless. If it wasn't so hard to get food and stay alive, there would be nothing to do in the game. They added a full plate of armors and shoes and whatnot, but no increase in combat options. It made me wonder why even add it. Yeah, I'd still play Medieval for years. Yeah, I haven't seen any game issues with. Yeah. But keep away from that one, guys. And as you were starving and dying of thirst, trying to find food, it would force you to meditate for minutes on end, as you were starving. Horrible little game. And again, the building pieces, vital pieces missing, stuff like that. And when you did build something, let's say, when the pieces of roof, let's say you're putting in 3 pieces. As you can see that's just perfect. Well, when you do it on this other game, you'll see where they're not lining up properly and it just looks horrible. A simple thing to fix in production, and they just probably said good enough. I despise games like that, where they could have, did the little small things and fixed it, and it would have been quite easy. But they said, good enough, just leave it on. Cash grab. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. It's important to bear in mind that gaming content are in the business of entertaining you, not giving an honest review of the product. If the game the YouTuber is playing looks good, but all of the comments say it's trash played, it likely is. Well, usually, yeah, especially the Steam comments. But obviously the guys want to make money. Yeah, that's something. The problem is, Jesse, I think, let's say, back in the day when games were not generating the massive amounts of money they're doing now, back in the time when Morrowind was a thing and, all of the other games, they were making, pretty decent games. There was a lot of guys in it that just loved to make games and did the best they could. RenderCube remind me of that, take pride in their work. When a company starts to get big, obviously, it attracts investors and corporate and stuff. So, once it starts going public, then, the people who own the company and the creators, they don't answer to their customers. They answer to their shareholders. So when they're making a game, they want to make it as quickly and as cheaply as possible and squeeze as much money as they can from their customers. This every 3 months, this kind of quarterly thing. So this is when things start to go a little bit sideways. Cutting costs and rushing stuff, Well, there's another problem as well. Usually companies, let's say, if they've got a staff maybe of 50 or 100, when it's time to release a game, they'll kind of go into a crunch for about maybe 5-6 months, and they'll probably quadruple their workforce. Yeah, they'll quadruple their workforce, just to get it done. Now they'll bring in maybe, if they've got a staff of 50, maybe let's say another 150. Those guys know they're there temporary. There's no promotions, there's no pat on the back, So obviously they're not going to give it their best. It's just a job, they'll be moving on. No, they won't bust their backsides. Plus another thing, let's say when that project is over, you're out of a job, so there's no incentive to, you'll take your time, and that would, obviously, cost the companies more. It's a vicious circle, Yes, most companies are. The only ones that have actually any kind of passion or trying to do something would be the indie guys. But remember, the guys that, that are toxic now, the likes of, BGS, EA, all of those guys, they were once like indie games as well. They had some good creators, some good developers. Take Obsidian, for instance, That used to be one of my favorite. Yeah. Masterpiece. New Vegas. Of course, I would be biased because, it would have been the first Fallout game that I played, New Vegas. Thought it was an extremely immersive game. The guys that are in there now, nah. No. They're a waste of space. They showed a trailer for Avowed. It looked cool, It looked like a cross between Skyrim and Oblivion. But what we got was Avowed. Yeah, a steaming dog turd of a game. But remember, they're Obsidian by name, but Obsidian by name only. Remember the guys that were in that company? There was a few from Black Isle and stuff like that. The guys that were the third party on the original Fallout games. So, what is a company? It's just the staff to have. They've got some good writers, some good developers, and guys that, want to do a good game. When they lose that and some new guys come in, you're going to get the junk that they're going to produce. It doesn't matter what the name is, you know. So they're just as good as the people I have working there. Hmm. Yes, becomes the institutions that I have to deviate from. Case in point, Jesse, would be Subnautica. Have you followed the news on Subnautica? Well, it's got 75 positive. Yeah, it depends on what you want. I'm sure it's a good game if you like the combat and stuff. But I think the guys that were talking to me, I don't know if they would be in the minority or, you know, whatever. Um, they thought they were getting something more onto this, and you can't blame them for thinking that either. Maybe even well, you know, the producers didn't say, that it was much different. So they were expecting something like this, which, they didn't get. It is pretty awkward to ride on this, let's say, as well. But that's the way it is. But even when you get through that, guys, you get through. Let's say, you know, um, like even Ubisoft there at one stage admitted that 75% of their staff were newbies, and they said the game was they literally said it. One of the CEOs, the game was junk. But he said, "Oh, they're just newbies. They wouldn't understand. It kind of starts out like that, and we mould it into a masterpiece." Delusional guys. What was it they said? They were the first quadruple A company. Tell me, guys, how's that quadruple A company doing now? They got 25% bought out by Tencent. They're on the verge of bankruptcy, and they delayed their half-year earnings report, and they tried to stop share trading as well. So it's kind of looking like maybe the other 75% is getting bought as well. So I think they're cooked, guys. Now, what they've been doing is they've been, I won't say secretly because I did call this long before it happened, when I heard they were breaking off and doing another company. They're taking the IPs from Ubisoft, the good ones like Rainbow and all of that stuff, and they're slowly moving them over to another company. So when they pull the plug on Ubisoft, they won't lose the IPs. Conning the investors on that, and their own staff who invested were encouraged to invest in that company. I did call it about a year ago. Hmm. 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 Now the horses I wouldn't be that, it wouldn't bother me that much. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. And this is another thing that I don't like. Let's say, in a system where you can release a game and maybe it doesn't have everything it should have in a game, and then you're saying, oh well, they'll do a patch in a few months and they'll do this. Well, something like that happened with the likes of Return to Enon. They were adding in it. It was almost like we're getting money in and the game is getting better. The problem with something like that, if it's a good game, people will stick with it. But if it's rubbish, they'll go away in droves. And what will happen then is, they'll pull the plug on the game. And what they'll do is they'll just do the bare minimum so they don't get sued. And you're left with a rubbish game. I'd much prefer if they'd finish a game, and get it over and done with. Yeah. Mm. Still complained about the game. Yeah. Oh, I've never played it, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. I haven't a clue. But I'm just saying that, some people said to me that they didn't like it. But I'm of the opinion that they were expecting something, and you can't blame them. Like Medieval Dynasty, and it was a little bit too different. Yeah, optimize the game and add more content. That's what most of them say. Very few actually complain about bugs. Yeah. Well, this had zero bugs. There was a couple of NPCs that sidestepped for a little bit, but very rare to see. You know. But I don't know if things are gonna go, guys, the way I think they're going. Let's say with, you know, well, I suppose for want of a better name, consoles coming out where you can, well, they're calling them a hybrid, but let's face it, they're kind of entry-level PCs, probably with a console skin. You know, where you can access games from Steam. You know, so you'll be going from platform to platform. It's definitely better for the gamers anyway. I don't know how they're going to actually, you know, make that one work. But I was looking at the Steam machine. And, yeah. Well, the CPU is pretty decent. But, you know, the VRAM, I don't know. The VRAM, I think it's got 8 VRAM. Like, this X Series console has 10 VRAM. You know, for the rendering and stuff like that. Which is pretty handy when you're building, you know, massive structures and that. They might have it more optimized, you know. We'll see. But it's going to be an interesting few years. Mm. 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 Well, I've never even seen the game. And that's it, guys. That's everything I've done on this. So we'll load up the other one, and we'll see if we can do a little bit on that. This is some settlers I've been kind of working on, you know, maxing them out. But how many have I got on this one? Let me see. Oh, not much more. 116. Yeah, roughly around that in the other settlement. You see, guys, not every game is for everyone. And there's a ton of games that I absolutely love that, you know, my friends despise and vice versa. Not every game is for everyone. The things that we hate about a game, you know, other people might like or not really have an opinion. There might be some aspects in a game, let's say, that would kind of override, you know, something. You know, let's say if I like a good kind of building exploration, there was another one that came out was pretty similar, and it definitely wasn't as good. But it, you know, let's say there was better combat mechanics in that. You know, I would say nah, not as good as the other one, because I was looking for a certain something in it. But you know, there's other people that would, you know, go with the combat mechanics and stuff and say, yeah, decent game. Depends on what you want from a game. I watched the game. Avowed. I didn't bother getting that one, but I know a lot about the company, let's say, and you have a decent idea watching a game, to be honest, if you'd like it. But sometimes games can surprise you. You know, what you see is pretty different. As I said, guys, we all like different stuff. It would be a very bland world indeed if we all liked the same thing. We'd be like some kind of AI machines. Sometimes, yeah, games make a comeback. You know, stuff like No Man's Sky, for instance. I won't even add the likes of CD Projekt and Cyberpunk, because that was a decent enough studio. I think everyone realised that I was going to make a comeback. Yeah, it's the way it is, really. But I think one of the biggest turnarounds in gaming history, I suppose, would be the likes of No Man's Sky. And a disastrous launch, guys, didn't it? But these are exceptions, you know. Take Fallout 76, and that was an absolute dumpster fire. It's a bit better now, but you know, I I won't even play it because I'm a big player of Fallout, let's say, and the Elder Scrolls, but I never thought it should have been an MMO. Um, it's just not my thing. I was tempted a few times, but not only would stuff like that, let's say, stop a development studio from making some decent kind of single player games. Take GTA and Grand Theft. Take two, is it? How long ago? Well, what did they do? They did squeeze in a couple of Western games. I think in the last 15, 20 years or something. Because they were plowing everything into the cash cow that is Grand Theft Online. Now they're coming out with another one that's been delayed a few times as well. Mm. Mm. But I think that's the dangerous thing in gaming, let's say. When you buy a game that's relatively new, and we're all of the opinion now, let's say, after a while, let's start adding stuff to it, and they'll start fixing it up. Well, sometimes, that just doesn't happen. Case in point would be that game I'm talking about. So, I'd like to see games, let's say, a little bit more polished, obviously. But this is the online thing, isn't it, really? Mm. Mm. No, I've never played it either. It's well, anything now from BGS, it's kind of seems to be toxic. Um, been nickel and dimed and stuff like that. No, nobody wants that. But like out from let's say bad AAA games, overpriced, garbage, buggy, uh, you know, trying to con you every second to try and get as much cash as possible from you. Online servers, what's that, Fallout First, skins, all that stuff. Even with all that kind of stuff, that still doesn't seem to be enough. They'll start to put in politics and, uh, you know, real life trauma issues and stuff like that when, people only have a job to make games. And they're more interested in getting attention on social media and calling their customers names. Not good for a business. And call it a yeah. I was not impressed with Starfield, but it's good you liked it. And it's not about if everyone else, even if everyone hates it, it doesn't matter. You buy a game, if you like it, it's money well spent. But most people, you're right, didn't like it. I was one. Um, for me, it felt soulless. I was, from BGS, I was looking for a different experience. In my opinion, you know, the Elder Scrolls guys, out from the guys who kicked the ball going, let's say, in the beginning, and they were never much good on a story. You the Elder Scrolls had a decent bit of lore in there, which kind of insulated, protected that a little bit. So here you had Starfield, brand new game. They could start off their own lore, everything. So what did they come up with? You're working in a mine, you find a shiny rock, some guy's waiting outside, he gives you a free ship. You got to see some guys who are explorers that never explore. You go out, you do the work. You fly to a cave, you float around like Peter Pan, you grab something and you rinse and repeat. What's the end game? Well, why are we doing this? Well, we don't know who built it. It's like a riddle. It's like the dwarfs in Skyrim. What's the objective? To go through that and to do it all over again. To play that game many, many times. The bugs were unbelievable. The the followers, the companions, they pretty all much had the same personality. You couldn't play as a pirate with those guys. Uh, it was dead. I tell you what it was like to me. It was like if you got Skyrim, you stripped all the quests out. You stripped 90% of all the objects out, and you filled it up with Creation Club quests. And that's what Starfield felt to me. The things that the strong points that BGS had, the exploration, the interesting enough stories, that kind of stuff, they were stripped out. And they doubled down on the stuff that I didn't like. Yeah. Couldn't handle Starfield. Yeah. Now, they did come out with a DLC, Shattered Space. I played that as well. Apparently, even the guys who liked Starfield didn't like the DLC. I don't know, it reeked of low effort to me. I'm definitely not going to pre-order the next Elder Scrolls. Well, I've never trusted Todd and BGS, but they've been on a downward slide since Oblivion and the Horse Armor, to be honest. But lots of his quotes, let's say, would, if you're on the fence about Todd, I remember he was doing an interview. I think it was not long after the Horse Armor thing in Oblivion. And I forget who was interviewing him, but I think he was some kind of guy doing a fluff piece, kind of show. So he must have had, something to read from. But then he asked Todd, what's the story with the Horse Armor? Todd kind of paused and stopped for a moment, so obviously this was not on script. And he just looked at the guy and he started laughing, Todd Howard, and he said, people will buy anything. So, that's what BGS thinks of their customers. And they're probably right. Gullible people that will buy anything, like P.T. Barnum said, one barn every minute. And it went on and on. Skyrim players don't know what they want. I know what they want. His head guy, Emil. What is it about quests? Keep it simple, stupid. Gamers are dumb, and just give them dumb things to do. Sort of one note. Yeah. The Outer Worlds, yeah. Not much. No, I put it down in my book from a glance that it is a kind of a mid-game Suburban Werewolf. Do you think 80 bucks, is it justified? Price tag and something? Like that? Yeah. Yeah, nah, he's just a salesman, guys. I don't have anything, against him or whatever the case may be. But, remember, with these guys, you're just a wallet with thumbs, You're an idiot as far as these guys are concerned. They will push out any kind of junk if they can get away with it, and they'll expect you to eat it up. And if you complain about it, you're either racist, or you're a chud, or you know nothing about making games. Of course, we know nothing about making games. We're not coders or developers. But, if we walk into a restaurant, even though we're not professional cooks, if we get a bad meal, we know when we get a bad meal. You don't have to be, in the business to, as a customer, you're entitled to complain. And you're entitled to your opinion of the game, I tried the second one, yeah. But probably never play them again. Yeah, they seem to be kind of mid-range games to me. Hmm. Ooh, ooh, that's gonna be that's gonna be an interesting one. Yeah, I was a big fan of Fable back in the day. That now is going to be an interesting one. They've kept it back in development a long time. I think they're trying to kind of clean it up a little bit because of the backlash of this trauma dumping in games. We'll see how it goes, but I don't know. Microsoft have done so many swings and misses. Um, I think they've been struck out. Hmm. You don't need to be a butcher. Yeah, to know a good steak. Yeah. Stupid things that they said. Why did they go on social media? Acting, pretty childish with, people not buying their stuff. They should at least shut up. They're supposed to be, a professional company. You know, stuff like, oh, it's not a boring game. And this is the developers from, Starfield and unofficial accounts from BGS. Stuff like, what was it again? Um, it's space and the planets are not empty and boring. It's empty by design. Oh, okay. Let's clear that up because they actually meant to put nothing there. That's okay. Yeah, use your imagination. Well, if I was going to use my imagination, Suburban Werewolf, I'd probably just take a screenshot of Starfield for free and imagine playing it. Yeah, let's go all in with our imagination. You know, that kind of stuff. Or space isn't boring. Neil Armstrong wasn't bored. Of course, we could compare a really risky job, let's say, a historic event. Yeah, we'll kind of compare that with a video game that a lot of people don't like. Hmm. Oh, it's brutal, isn't it? Yeah, I'm absolutely sick of it now, Wolf. To be honest, it's gone in the way now where I just won't even look at a game. Yeah, not that it bothers me that much, but I don't know. Jobs must be pretty easy. Like Lionhead fell off the first one. Parts 2 and 3 are going original. Yeah, defense about racing. The new feel of the game I've seen so far makes me hopeful. Yeah, when I see stuff like when developers make NPCs um, purposely ordinary, um, do you not find that a red flag? You don't mind if I call you it's Minotaurus, is it? Yeah, Minotaurus. Do you not does it not kind of bring up a red flag? It was probably harder for the developers to, purposely make someone, let's say, a 4 out of 10, maybe a 3, than it would be to make a 5 or a 6, you know. So for me, that's a kind of red flag. I don't know if they're just um, pandering or if it's how they feel about games. I don't think making attractive NPCs is a problem in the game. I don't think it's racist or sexist. But what I do think is racist and sexist is developers, let's say, taking out characters from a game, IPs that have been going on a long time, and replacing them with the opposite sex or a different race, just because. Probably, yeah. And it's not even, it's not even taking out the characters and that. This is just kind of one of the steps. Then, you're going to get stuff like Dragon Age Veilguard. You know, I'm a big Dragon Age fan, but that one put me off. It put me off Dragon Age for life. But even without that cringe kind of stuff that was in Dragon Age, the graphics, nah, graphics were all wrong. That was something interesting. You couldn't say anything about that game. You're a bad person if you did. You weren't allowed to have your opinion on that one. But we're saying that, haters will hate and, we did so good. Well, tell me where that company is now. The very second that game was finished, they were all sacked. Yeah, and now they've been bought up, haven't they? And when a company gets bought up, all of the departments that haven't been performing will get sacked. So I think BioWare has had it, to be honest. I think what he means, Jesse, is usually the people that would be on social media, saying controversial stuff and hurting their companies, they would usually be wearing nose rings and stuff like that. That kind of stuff. Yeah. But I have nothing against, people putting colour in their hair or whatever. Or, yeah, they can wear any kind of jewellery they want. But it's usually people, let's say, with those kind of piercings that would be right up front with the kind of stuff that's been going on in games. Not that it makes a difference to me. I'm just an old guy playing games. It doesn't bother me in the least. It's like when you see that, you'd say, well, every time I see someone saying something controversial, 9 times out of 10 their appearance is something like this person. So now you're kind of expecting the same thing. It's the red flag thing. Yeah. But they're not always like that, Suburban Wolf. Take that Matt Hansen from Oblivion, or not Oblivion, from Obsidian. He's a guy roughly around our age, white Caucasian. You see that stuff that he's been posting? That's that guy's unhinged. Yeah. No, what he's trying to say, he's not making judgments. He's making an observation where if you see 10 events happening and 9 out of 10 times there's a certain attribute on something, you're kind of expecting this coming. I think this is pretty normal. It's like if you see Todd Howard and he promises something on a game, well, you're going to assume that he's not telling the truth. Because 9 times out of 10, let's say, he stretches the truth. And then if you see somebody on social media, whatever the case may be, and they're being controversial or, saying that, well, people are not buying a game because they're racist or whatever the case may be, or that kind of stuff. If they have certain attributes and you see this 9 times out of 10, you would call it a red flag. It's, not always true, of course, but 9 times out of 10 it probably is. But I think we all do that, don't we, guys? If you go to a bar or something, you're sitting down, you're having a nice drink, some guys come in, they're a little bit rowdy and a little bit loud or whatever the case may be. You tend to just finish up your drink and move and go to another bar. Because you know by experience that it's called a red flag. That kind of thing leads to other stuff. And the longer live, the more you'll see it.
My mouth's dry.
Now let's load this one up. No, we need this one here. Yeah, the Matt Hansen guy. He said, and check it out. He did some kind of rant on Twitter. Again, it doesn't bother me, but it kind of case in point kind of thing. I think he's Obsidian's creative director, designer, whatever role he has. He's a guy, I think he's around 50-ish. But he said, and I'm paraphrasing this a bit, but something similar to, he doesn't want crusty white gamers to be buying the game. I find that to be unbelievable. Well, it's not the same, yeah. Well, everything is perception bias. It's impossible. Everyone has it, Jesse. Everyone has perception bias. But when it comes to buying games when you're spending money, it would be dishonest to say that it doesn't influence your decisions. If you went to a store and you bought a TV, and you were buying a TV there, let's say, every year, and then you found out that you were getting overcharged, and then let's say they changed the sales guy, and they said, okay, we won't do that again. Well, you're going to be suspicious from then on out. You know, this is a kind of normal thing. I don't think so. No, I think the way it is, you know, you can read a lot. Remember, when you're reading something, see, this is the problem about the written word, Jesse. You know, if you're talking to someone face to face, we go by a lot of stuff. You know, we go by gestures, body movements, stuff like that. But when you're typing and talking to someone, you're going to read into that much more than what's there. Oh, I didn't hear him mocking anyone. He was just saying that, you know, anyone that he's seen that would make statements with certain body piercings and hair colour seem to be very radical. I don't think he was making judgments. But this is a storm in a teacup. This thing we see now happening in games. Game companies will go broke and they'll go back to the way they were. And then it'll be something else, guys. It won't be about nose rings and it won't be about, you know, hair colors. It'll be about something else. Before this, let's say it was something else about your sexuality or your race. And this keeps getting recycled time and time again. You know. I don't care either way. It doesn't really bother me. But texting with someone, having a conversation is much different than talking face to face. We have certain things that we kind of zoom in on. You know, like if somebody says something with a smile, you know, there's no intent, whatever the case may be. And then I suppose offence is taken, it's not given. The tribalism I see, let's say, would be mostly in politics. Do people swing towards tribalism in some sense? Yeah, of course they do. In small ways. But a general statement like that, I don't think so. But what do we see now in games, Jesse? Let's be honest. Anyone we see, let's say, that's being... how could I put this? Let's say not under best behavior. You see people, you know, like the guy saying stuff like, you know, we don't want you buying the game, haters will be haters, all that kind of stuff. They seem to be right up front. Now, there's only a small minority, Jesse, and what that does is it's the small minority that will make everyone look bad. You know, it's a common thing. And welcome back, Terry. Nice. Personally, I don't care to wear a medieval suit of armor. I think the point of the matter is, most people think that people who work in video games should be just making video games. And they should be making them to the best of their ability. And they probably are. But I don't think anyone thinks that they should be, going online and, stirring up stuff and that. I think that is the definition of tribalism, saying, I'm this and I'm this part of the community, and I want to be a victim. Give me some of your hate and I'll garner some attention from this. I'll get more followers and I'll be more famous. It's not what you do, it's the intent behind it, I think. Yeah? Life is a pretty simple thing. And there's not enough time in it for that kind of stuff. But these people are young. And they'll get older. I see a lot of politics and stuff. But it's a phase that the whole world seems to be going through. And we see to a little extent here. But not in the extent it is in the US. It's on steroids there. Yeah. It's just a matter of opinion. Yeah. But let's say, lots of stuff. Really, what should devs be doing anyway? Suburban Werewolf. We never had this before. They'd make a good game, and we'd buy it, we'd move on to the next game. If it was a bad game, we wouldn't buy it, they'd go bankrupt, or they'd try again and do something better. And that was it. It was a kind of business relationship. They would make products, we would buy it, we liked it or we didn't. Pretty straightforward. We didn't have guys coming on saying that, that we were horrible and toxic and, we were crusty and, hateful. It's not a way to run a business. No problem, Terry. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. I have nothing against the people. They're entitled to have their freedom of speech. But, video games, guys, is something that we want to get away from that stuff, don't we? We want to go in and play our games and, we use video games to escape politics and ideology and stuff like that. And it seems now when you play a video game that it's right, in there in the center. Video game is supposed to be a fantasy, a release from reality, not a second helping of, what we've been dealing with in the real world. Again, it doesn't bother me either way, it's just my opinion. What difference does it make to me? But no, I don't think anybody would judge anyone by their appearance. I've never. But if you see a certain pattern emerging in something, if you have a logical mind, you'll anticipate something like that happening again. Is it bias? I suppose it is. I don't think there's a person on the planet that isn't biased to some degree. It's kind of like a defense mechanism, I suppose. Hmm. It's a kind of social media thing, I think, Wolf. You know, I think that's what it is. I'd like to see it as well. You could send a screenshot to my Discord if you wished. I could look at it from there. But I've said it before, Wolf. You know, if the people making games would just ignore everything. I know there's a lot of people, gamers, that are really hateful and like attention. You know, you're going to get that. My God, you're going to get that in spades. But interacting with these guys and giving them what they want is like feeding trolls. And it just keeps the whole thing going. It's like, you know, having kids in your house and they're always arguing. They love to do so. And as the bystanders, you know, the people that don't want to be involved in this, they're getting the brunt. Absolutely. Yeah, but it's oversimplifying it a little bit, Jesse, isn't it? But I understand what you mean. I think the vast majority in the world, let's say, you know, are decent, civilized, and, you know, reasonably intelligent people. It's an individual thing, Jesse. It always has been. You know? Anything out from that is literal tribism, isn't it? You'll get some guys and they're absolute pigs. And you'll get some guys that are really good guys. You'll get some ladies the same. You'll get some guys the same. From all communities, you'll get people. Then you'll get attention-seeking people. They're probably the most dangerous. But we're living in an age now where this seems to be a thing. It won't last long, you know. People will get back to being civil and again, you know, that kind of stuff. But I think it's a lot of frustration as well, Jesse. It's a typical thing we do as humans, let's say. You know, we're facing stress, we're facing this, we're facing that. Instead of going out for a run or a jog or going to the gym, we get on social media to just kind of unload all of that stuff out there. And if you see it all like this kind of a storm, you know, it looks really bad. But I've seen this cycle go, you know, through the decades, and it will pass. Yeah. Okay. I don't think so. But, you know, again, you're entitled to your opinion. You were reading something that I didn't see. I think he was just pointing out that, you know, whenever he sees stuff like that, he can't just expect something like that. But that's a feeling that's impossible to control. It's just your instincts kicking in. Jesse's okay. Just like anyone else out there, but I think he's misread things a bit. But it's literally impossible to talk about anything on social media out from the weather, and then it gets into a massive debate. When, like, you know, even if somebody texts something to me, and how many times has it happened, Wolf? Time and time again. Where I'd look at a text message, and if I read it the wrong way or thought the wrong way, you know, it might be considered offensive, I would laugh it off and give that person the benefit of the doubt. I think that's what's missing from society today, I suppose. That kind of stuff. And thanks for following. You don't mind if I just call you Mina for short? Appreciate it. Boat. But this is not much of a thing here, Wolf. You know what I mean? Here in my country, it's really not much of a thing. I don't know, maybe we've got thick skin, or maybe we tend to always, you know, give the benefit of the doubt and not to assume the worst possible version of what someone says. A little bit of column B. Right. We need to sleep anyway for starters, then we do the rest of this. So, what are we doing now? Oh yeah, I think we can go to another season. I'm gonna collect that junk, but I think we're okay. Did we get rid of all of the farmers? Probably. Farming. We're gonna find out. No, we still have one guy holding on. We've got two. We just get rid of those. We need to get rid of... Okay. Yeah, we just get rid of those. We won't need them. Yeah, it's winter coming up, so... What is it? I've got a ton of farmers here. Yeah, I think there's one more. I think that should be it. Get rid of the last guy. Yeah, they're starting to become a problem. Once I sort them up properly, they shouldn't be. Should be where we can categorize this a little better. I think it was, he started with S. There he is. There he is. Gotcha. I think that's it. I've learned that I don't have to agree with someone or their opinions. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think anyone does, you know. Sometimes you'll get two people that will meet and will have similar opinions. But our opinions change, obviously. It depends on what we experience, and especially when we get older and that. But some things never change, Wolf. Your instincts never change. And usually they serve someone well. But, I don't know, you can see red flags coming. I don't think it's prejudice or bias, to be honest. It's like... It's like if let's say, if you were dating someone, your girlfriend, and she's cheated on you 7 times, and, you know, you forgave her, and then she keeps going out, doesn't tell you where she's going, doing suspicious stuff, and then you suspect her of cheating, so now you're a bad guy. It's just a certain pattern that emerges, and certain red flags. Red flag doesn't necessarily mean anything is going on, but it does mean that maybe you should kind of, investigate a little bit, maybe. Hmm. Hmm. They can be sometimes, yeah, but they're there, to just, give you a little bit of a heads up. Um, but let's say if if you see a certain person or working in a certain shop or from a certain thing, and the same thing seems to be happening over and over again, you're gonna be suspicious. You know, we try not to give in to that, obviously, but gaming is a different animal altogether. In a sense that, how could I put this? Well, you know, when people were just making games, they were getting their money, and then we were buying them, and then we were moving to the next one. We didn't seem to have any of this, um, and now we're getting a lot of it. It's addiction, I think, mostly to social media. To be honest, um, people like likes and follows and stuff like that. Do you remember that guy that came in on that raid that tried to set me up as a victim? Tried to be a victim, remember? Where he dropped me a ton of rage bait and I wouldn't bite. Do you remember that guy, Wolf? That kind of stuff. That goes on a lot on social media, you know. Hmm. Confirmation bias is a little different. Confirmation bias is you see a lot of kind of stuff on TV and what your friends say. So let's say we'll go to the classic one. Um, let's say we go. So let me think of something here. Yeah, let's say your friend says that. Yeah, he's seen this Irish guy and he was driving and he almost hit him. He's a really bad driver, right? And then you see a documentary about Ireland, really bad drivers, and then some other stuff happens. And then, anytime, that kind of settles in, and then maybe you have a close call with a guy who was Irish as well driving, and then, you said, oh yeah, it's obviously his fault because, everyone says this. That's the kind of confirmation bias. I think it's a little different. It's a fine line, but a little different. Yeah. Social media, well, it used to be for people chatting. Now it's people like I have tons of friends uh, from different nationalities, creeds, religions, sexualities. Doesn't seem to happen with me. Let's say I chat a lot when I'm not streaming. It's I'll get at least a dozen messages a day. You know, as far away as India, Russia, you know, tons of stuff. You know, but I don't know. It is literally very, very tribalistic. Yeah, yeah. It's just there to design to get you to watch more. I fell asleep one time watching YouTube, and now I can't get stuff off my algorithm. But yeah, if you suspect something and you check it up, then they'll keep hitting you with videos. And yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, but let's say our opinions will change nonetheless. You'd have a certain opinion of a certain policy, and that's down to your critical thinking, what you know of it, your experience in life, and a lot of factors will come into play. The longer the said thing goes on, and the closer you get to it, and the more of it affects you, or the more you see stuff that previously might have been hidden, or let's say that was said that was, false and that, your opinions will obviously change. That's pretty normal, you know. Mm. Mm. It's here. It's always been here. Some obviously more than others. Um, it's something that's built into us. The fact that we're here and we feel the need to reach out to other people and chat for a social connection to someone, that's part of that. You know, if there was no tribalism, we'd be like cats, wouldn't we? Yeah, living by ourselves. Yeah, everyone likes, some more, human company in that. And it's like a family, like a tribe, like all of that stuff. Yeah, pretty much normal. Obviously, like everything else, it can be taken to a massive degree. Mm. But it still allows us to survive today. It hasn't gone away. It's gone away in the sense where we maybe battle with other tribes, let's say for hunting territory and all that stuff. Obviously, that's gone. Um, but we still have the tribe. We've got family, we've got friends and stuff. Where sometimes, let's say, we can't see their fault. We see this all the time. That kind of stuff, especially family, whatever the case may be. It's just being human. Take that away would take too much with it. We can, however, let's say, if we make a decision or if we form an opinion, we can do a little bit of self-diagnosis on it, you know, and just kind of, run it through our head a little bit, make sure we're going in the right direction. But I think the red flag thing is different, to be honest. It might seem the same, you know, it might wind up at the same destination, but the start is much different, you know. The start is not based on bad feelings or prejudice or bias. Well, with most people at least, but it's just from observation and odds. It's basically playing odds. I play odds a lot in my head. That's why I usually can avoid usually a lot of stuff. Mm. 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 Well, with some groups you're allowed to have tribalism, Wolf, if it's in their tribe. It's just like politics 2.0. It's like people who are not politicians. It's, yeah, it's stunning. Uh, Absolutely, yeah. That's, yeah. Like if I had a belief or whatever, if somebody pointed that out to me, and they gave me sufficient proof, I would say, oh yeah, I'm wrong. Yeah, see where you're going now. Isn't that a point of discussion? Where if two people have different opinions, they would kind of discuss it, and the way it's supposed to be is, worst case scenario is they go away exactly the same as they came in. Best case scenario is both of their opinions have changed a little bit, or at the very least, they see it from each other's point of view. That's what discussion is about. Discussion is not about me dealing. Do you remember that guy, that conspiracy theorist? Oof. That wasn't a discussion. Yeah, me breaking down those conspiracy theories, I felt like I was abusing a kid. It was horrible. I didn't like being in that discussion, Wolf, because uh, tearing down a delusion of a person that's very vulnerable is it's not nice. And at the same time, I can't let him use the platform as a kind of Breitbart kind of thing, because nobody wanted to hear that. Mm. Yeah, yeah. It's part of growing. It's part of aging, living. It's part of life. Mm. I think so. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old. Maybe that's not how it's done anymore. Maybe now you've got to pick a side. Maybe now you've got to, To make a friend, you have to make 10 enemies. God, that's depressing. Mm. Mm. Man, this. Oh, hi, hi, best profile, and how are you? No, we're just talking about something. And how have you been? Yeah, pretty low tone, I suppose. I don't know. I miss the old times, Wolf. You know that. You know, you'd chat with people and whatever. This was even before social media. Even strangers you might meet up and you'd have a chat, a conversation. Everything was really nice. You hit it off, you become friends. Sometimes you meet up in a local bar or whatever. That kind of stuff. I know social media is a bit different, but you know, it needn't be this way. Mm. Mm. Yeah, yeah. It's like I don't want to be enemies with anyone. I don't care what they believe in. I won't judge them by the way they look, but I will use my instincts in certain things, not in everything, obviously. And if I see a red flag, I will try to notice it. Hmm. Yes, a lot. I've noticed that. It's not good, is it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anonymity too has kind of killed it, Wolf. I, I'll tell you what it's akin to. If you're having a conversation and social interaction with someone in person, you know, it's usually normal. If you do it, let's say, when you have a few drinks, obviously, there's certain things that, that are not you, if you know what I mean, that might kind of leak out. I think social media has that effect on people, I suppose. Um, Taking stuff personal, I would never do that. I would never assume anything either. I would definitely go individual, on an individual basis. But the anonymity of social media, um, it can give us a more radical version of ourselves, I suppose, without even knowing it. It's something I suppose we've got to be careful of. Mm. Late 2000 internet was the best. Yeah, it was all guys like me. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. We've seen it. We've got comparatives. Yeah. Yeah. But here in my country, in my area, this is all kind of pretty much alien to me. And I'm still struggling to. Well, I won't say I understand that. I'm struggling to adjust where normal conversations can, I'm not used to having to pick my words very, very carefully, Wolf, because, I don't say anything that's, I consider to be offensive. And now I consider normal as thing. And someone will get offended. What do I do? do I just mime or something? Or do charades, maybe? Uh, uh. No, the guy was okay. He just misunderstood, I think. Maybe he was dealing with something that, maybe somebody or whatever. It's hard to know. I have nothing against him. He's not to his opinion. But he'll get older, he'll understand that everything is not so black and white. But a nice guy. Just misunderstood, I think. Now, okay, we got everyone in. Same here, you know. I don't have any enemies that I know of anyway, at least. I'm in a small area now. There's only about maybe 4,000 here. I'm known by at least half, if not more. Yeah. What do we... Oh yeah, we're getting out of here, guys, aren't we? Right, we need to get to winter. And we need to get straight to spring as quick as we can. This is going to be a killer. Winter always is. But we need some supplies anyway. And the humidity here, Wolf, is murdering me. Oh, here, we're going to this one here. Yeah, I've got to do the fencing here, but I want to do the inside. I'm not sure if I just want one entrance. Still a bit to go. Ah, well.
Open your eyes.
Need to be doing... Oh!
Here we go again.
Did you ever hear that song, Wolf? I'm my own grandpa. Well, I'm playing now with a character who's my son. And this is my son. So I'll be playing as him. So I'm literally my own grandpa. Yeah, this is, what's his name? This is Hubert, isn't it? We started off with Razimir, or whatever his name was. Yeah, I'm just age 20 in this one. Yeah, a bit too much. Alright, let's get out of here. Now, winter, it's pretty slack. I can't do any building. We can do our runs. We'll see if we can sort these guys out. We'll have to do a bit of hunting anyway. And we have to collect some supplies. Totally ran out of a lot of dye. Okay. What's wrong with these sheep? They're literally dying off in droves. You know what happened? I bought them all at the same time, so they're all aging at the same time. Okay, so we need another sheep. Oh, nothing interesting anyway. So, first of all, we'll run up. We'll get the guy to do all the repairs. We'll grab some stuff to sell. We'll collect our supplies. We need at least two bison skulls for the houses down there. I won't be needing any more hunting. I think so. No, remember at the beginning I bought them all at the same time, so they're all aging at the same time. Yeah, it is. Once I finish this, it should be okay. I don't even know where to start, it's so big. Where are we going? Oh, over this way. Oh, this guy is good to jump as well. He needs to. We'll take little shortcuts. So again, yeah, there's about 5 houses empty. Take your pick, Wolf. Or if you want, I'll build you your own little spot. Where are we going? Ah, here we go. Yeah, this isn't automatic. You've got to do... This is what I don't like about this. You really need to come in and do this and tell them what to do. There, now we're good. Now let's have a check. There might be some NPCs back in. No, 59. We're good to go. Now we'll collect any food and junk. I think it's down here. Yeah, this needs a lot of work here. I'm thinking about some of the smaller trees. These ones here. We can kind of fill it up a little bit with it. Definitely. Oh, well, that's not a problem. There's a ton of workshops there. Maybe those trees. Oh, this game of music. It makes me really tired. I have to figure something out with this, to be honest. I'm definitely going with the lower fence. Let me see what we can do. The last thing I need is more crops. Okay, we're here to collect the food, isn't it? Right, let's do this. Oh, we checked tools as well, but I think they're kind of okay. Axe, hammer, hoe. Yeah, we'll just scrape through this season, I'd say. And we can do... Yeah, we're okay. Right. Let's get this food and we'll be gone.
With great power comes great responsibility.
I'll leave that in case we need it. Well, I never really need it for anything, to be honest. Okay, we just take 41. Keep them down to a kind of 100. Well, no shortage of eggs here. You know what? We'll just sell it. It's just ridiculous. We'll just sell that thing. There. Yeah. If we need it anyway, it doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, there is. And I've got to supply them with firewood. But I have a massive stockpile of wood. Take about 10 years for it to burn down. But you can't see the fire, but they use the firewood. And these are insulated, apparently. I've noticed they'll start complaining about the cold if you run out of firewood. What would be cool is if they interacted with these. But that would be a bit much. I look quite prettier, especially in the summer with them open. God, I feel so jaded. Oh, is there anything more boring than renewing ID? Paperwork, red tape, bureaucrats, photos. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I supplied the firewood and they could run all the fires at once. The flame effect would be pretty nasty. But it would be nice if they got something that, you know, maybe wasn't so hard on the CPU. You remember the same in Valheim, we couldn't use a ton of torches because of it. They've kind of taken the Valheim approach with the lanterns. They're a kind of dull light that are not so hard. Right, let's go. Here, I better take this off, guys. I'm melting. Oh, my trees have grown again. Yeah, I can kind of move them. Maybe I planted too much. But I don't know how many trees I'll be using on the other side. Let's say not being able to view it all properly by air is a bit of a downer. But the trees on the settlement on the ground look really good. Or the best of a bad situation. Okay. Nah. Ah, go on. You're good. Kill no bunny rabbits. Yeah, they're going off to the mine. Now we get through these vendors, but what we'll have to do, I said, was hunting as well. We need 2 more skulls and then we're good. I wouldn't mind a couple more in case we get some more decorating opportunities with them. And what did we... Yeah, one sheep, isn't it?
I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Okay, these are pigs. These are the piggies.
Farewell. What was first?
Good God, I'm burning up. Now.
How do you...
Yeah, I think that's enough black dye after that, to be honest. We don't want to overdo it with that dye. There. That's it, that's... I won't touch any more dye. No. Oh, I forgot to get rid of the other stuff. That's what we need to do first thing in Spring Wolf. We've got to get down a few trees from the other orchards.
What can I do? Trade is in my nature.
Now I'll be buying up all the onions as well because I need that yellow dye. Okay, that's not gonna work, whatever.
For you. Good
Right,
luck.
one village done. Now, what I said, we need a couple of skulls. I think that there's some of those things I'm tracking here. And we're here. Come on. Here. Oh, but I've got tons of moose skulls. Oh, here it is. There's one down here. Yeah, might as well bite the bullet now on this one and get this over with. We'll call in our horse, we'll use him in a moment. Well, we might meet a bandit or two as well. Okay. No, that's just a deer. Okay, we're apparently very, very, very close. Yeah, there they are. Maximum 2 shots with this bomb, but we get a headshot. Like that, it should be good enough. Now to finish I just need 2 skulls, but I wouldn't mind collecting a couple more. We could probably chuck them somewhere for decoration. Eventually. Oh, there's 3 of these guys. Ho ho ho! That was a headshot from there. Yeah, you gotta love those crossbows. Let's see, did we get any scores at all? Ah, come on, guys. We killed 3. The drop rate for these stupid. Really is. Now. Okay, we'll hit these villages and then we'll get that guy right there. So we'll get him when we get what's the name of that spot? Yeah, that's 2 villages over. Right, let's get out of here.
Damn, it's freezing.
Yeah, these are all my guys. There's a mine just down there. Oh God, I'm so tired all the time. Now, we will use the cart from here, I'd say. Hang on, where are we? Okay, hang on. Yeah, I don't remember this place with the snow. It looks so much different. I think it's down here. So these 2 and then we'll hit that other guy.
How can I help you?
Yeah, okay. Oh, good evening, Eva. And how are you? How's life been treating you?
What can I...
I'll get rid of some of that junk anyway.
Playing on this small island nearby. Can I help? Only goods of the highest quality.
Let's get rid of the berries.
You have a
Too much hassle carrying them around. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Just massively tired. All the time. Can't shake it.
How can I help you?
I find it very hard to get any kind of energy at all. And then again, I had a busy day today, so I suppose, yeah, just kind of tired and sore. Phew. Right.
Can I help another client? Welcome.
Ooh, see?
Farewell.
And of course this guy.
Best prices in the area.
I know it was quick.
Hi, dear.
Okay, we'll be getting the tools out shortly. Now, is that thing we gotta hunt, is it here down a little bit further? No, it's here. Okay, let's go kill that guy. It's actually not that far away.
You'll see.
We need those trophies. Oh, excuse me. I'd give anything for 6 hours. Sleep without waking. Oh, that was lucky. Ah, he reacted pretty quickly. I thought I could creep a bit closer. Oh, there's one skull at least. We just need one more. I see a moose down there as well. Yeah, there's a moose loose. About this hoose. Oh, that's a nice shot. Okay, let's get our stuff. Yeah, I usually wouldn't kill a moose, but we've got a lot of skulls. Don't think I'll be using many more anyway. I couldn't resist that one. I don't even think I'll bother killing him. Whatever. Might as well go for the whole set, huh? Oh, right in the snout. Yeah, right in the snout. Now, that's that. What have we got? I think we only have one. Stupid. I've killed like 6. Right, let me see. Yeah, we're pretty okay here. Okay, let's forget about that for a while. We need to get to there. Ah, those boars. Stupid things.
Move on. Onward.
How do you do? Can I interest you in some of
Oh,
my
we need a
wares?
sheep as well, don't we? Let's see what we've got here. We have leather here that we need to get rid of. Why not? There's some stuff I didn't get rid of either. Okay. Good enough. Okay, we need a sheep. I think I have a ton of rams, so yeah, there it is. There's doesn't really matter. That's it, that's that done, out of the way. And of course this guy.
How do you...
Now we'll just go for the yellow dye. I don't think I'm putting up any more buildings, to be honest. Let's see. Oh, that's a lot. Right.
Be safe!
Oh, we still need that
I
skull.
don't think so.
Oh, hang on, there's a bison down here somewhere. The memory served me well. There it is. Yeah, we'll have to run for this guy. He's actually not that far away. See, can we get that last skull? I think we have enough houses. We should really be. If I could even get in half a dozen or a dozen of the peach and the plum, maybe a few more apple would be good. Uh-huh. This guy will need two because we're going for a rump shot. Now with the headshot, just get him to turn around. I get that shot in. That other guy down there still didn't get one. Okay. I think there's only two here. Let's see. Ah, sugar. What's going on at settlement? Okay, what's going on here? Extraction. Ah, buckets. Okay, we can go straight back from the other one. Yeah. Where's all the buckets going? I made a ton of them. Whatever. Yeah, we go back from here anyway. Yeah, I was hoping that would run out for a while. We could have doing it after a run, but we'll make him a few buckets anyway. I made him like 500. Yeah, just about an hour ago in real time, I'd say. I had to see the milk coming in as well. I use buckets for everything. I'll go straight back from Gostovia. Getting late anyway.
Can I help?
Well, whatever.
Oh,
Have some sticks.
goodbye, dear.
Ah.
How do you do? You need anything? Goodbye, dear.
Now, hit Gostova, get back in the bucket so we'll sleep there, and then we'll do the other 4 villages. Get out of this season as quick as we can. Yeah, it was getting late anyway. Oh, I've been tired of the humidity. I can't stop yawning.
How are you? Price is so low you don't need to have.
Nice. They're kind of rare. On this map anyway.
Good luck.
4 more vendors I've got to track down.
Can I help you?
And we got to take all the onions because we need the yellow dye.
You would take care. People of science learn how.
What can I buy? Got everything you need. Do goodbye, dear.
2 more.
Oh, trade is in my nature. Farewell.
The guy there, he is Edwin, is it? He's the last one. We'll go back. We'll make those buckets.
Can I help you? with
God, I could
anything?
sleep on nails right now. I'd say we've done 2.5 hours, guys. We'll do my scheduled time at 4. I'd say this time. Yeah, I could do the rest. I've been just so tired for days. Yeah, let me get rid of that for a moment. Yeah, we'll do the 4. It's nice to be able to do 6 sometimes when you can, but when you're this beat. There we go.
Farewell.
Ah, buckets, yeah. I will get there anyway. We'll have it up and running before morning.
Oh, it's you again.
Will I miss much? we'll do the tools when we get back. We'll have a bit of time to go because we're stuck for another 2 days on this, which is handy. It just drops us off about here. Okay, we'll go with 607 for this one.
You know, I'm
You see, you've got the goats taking buckets, the well, and the cows. And a lot of buckets. Oh, oh yeah, I beat from the other thing, don't I? Okay, 1055. Leave them 100. That should be good. Yeah, my stupid leg. But that compression sock is helping. It's not getting rid of it, but it's a little easier to deal with. Hang on. We can take that thing from up there again. Excuse me. Yawning like a toddler. I should be able to get a recording of some wind sounds or something I'd say on the internet. Kind of play it back, it might help me sleep. Like a storm or something, that would be nice. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you should have stuck to rabbits, dude. Oh, sugar, there's a ton of these guys here. With this armor anyway, they're going nowhere. Alright, let's be friends. No. Not working. Oh, okay. Let's be friends. Well, they're pretty hard on rabbits anyway. Right. Sugar, there's another one here. I rarely see four together, you know that? Usually tree. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Now we've done Gostovia, so it's Danica. That other one, what's it? Ronika or something. And then the last two. What's it called? Yeah, this guy will tell us.
How can I help you?
It's called... Oh yeah, that's the one. Let's go. No, that's the one that's just here. This is where we're going to. Where's Danica? There. Bad doggo. Hi, Kirby. How are you? Yeah, we're just getting through the winter season. Getting through this as quickly as we can. Still got to pick up a few things. And once spring comes in, we can start on that settlement again. I finished the layout. So that's the layout we got. So there's some minor things to do, and then I've gotta put junk all over the place. Takes forever. Maybe try a few new ideas. I could still do with some fruit trees, so I'll probably be adding them here and there and there. That should do it nicely, that's it. So what have you been up to, Kirby?
Ah, you have returned.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it here. No, don't need that green dye.
Take care.
How is life?
I definitely have enough yellow dye after this, guys. Oh, I'm so tired, Kirby.
Have a good day.
How have you? I've been a vendor.
Yeah, I don't have to collect any of those forestry trees anymore. Pretty much had her fill of those.
It was nice
That's it.
seeing you.
That was nice. We got all 3 vendors in that house. I can move out right sharp. Yeah. I had a kind of busy day today. Paying bills, getting IDs renewed, that kind of stuff.
Oh, it's you again.
God, is there anything more boring than getting an ID renewed? Now, there's 2 of them here. Lucky if I don't fall asleep in this stream.
What can I do in the vendors since before you could walk? I do hope to see you soon.
Prices in the area. Oh, goodbye, dear.
That's 2 out of 4. The auto-saving in this game is unbelievable. Oh.
What can I do?
Of the highest quality.
Oh, it's still a bit left. We'll go with that. Why not? Yep. Okay, where's that? Come here, you.
How are you? Trade is in my nature.
There.
Be safe.
Okay, just 2 towns left, guys. With, I think, a maximum of... Well, there's quite a few. There's 2 in one, and I think 5 in another. Or 6.
Be welcomed, stranger. See you around.
How can I help you?
Oh, I really need to sleep more, you know that. But the CC said this constant nagging pain stops me from sleeping. Not horrible. Yeah, it's bad, but it's not really horrible. But enough to keep you awake, it might as well be.
I'm an experienced traveler of
Whoa!
Hello. Take care. There.
How are you?
Oh, sugar, wrong one. Doesn't matter.
It's freezing.
How another client. Welcome. It was nice.
Right, that's it, we're done. Just one more. I've been doing the settlement a lot during the day as well. Maybe I should have been sleeping, huh?
How do you do?
Hang on, that's the wrong way. Tja.
How have you been?
No.
My nature. Goodbye, dear.
Move. Hang on. Okay. There she is.
How have do you need?
Oh, God.
anything? You have a good day.
Welcome. Do you need anything? Farewell.
Right. 2 more, I think, would get rid of the perishables, the food, and then we can... Doesn't matter about the other stuff so much. Let's make sure we get rid of these.
Hello. Only the best products here.
Oh my. Okay, why not? Oh, hang on. I should have maybe digging the other. There we go.
Goodbye.
Alright, at least we got rid of that chunk. So straight back after this guy.
You have returned.
But the only problem is, you know, what? This is the second day. We need to go on the third day.
Only goods of the highest quality.
Oh, at last. Now. Oh, hang on. Some of those guys here, isn't there? Yeah. We got him anyway before we go. With a bit of luck, we'll get the second skull. Okay. Oh, sugar. This guy is angry. Alright, give me that skull. No go. Really, what do you have to do for a skull in this game? Okay. I'll have a bite. There's a bunch of pigs down here as well, isn't there? Of course there is. Oh, surely we'll get the last go here. Something really dodgy up the drop rate in this game, you know. Come on. Let's see if we still only on one. Yeah, it's a brutal drop rate. It really is. Okay, we'll go back anyway. We can get it in the spring. There's no massive rush. I wonder if this can give me a lift back. Probably. No. Right. The wagon is down this side. Yeah, there he is. Okay.
Hello there.
Perfect. Now, let's see. How long more have we got on this day before we can sleep? Around 7, I think. Oh my good God, it's only 1 PM. Oh. Let's see that I... Oh, there is no yellow. Okay. Okay. Well, I think they're done inside, aren't they? Nope, not this one. I see why I needed that stupid thing. We're so stuck one on the other one. But this is finished. I had all the other stuff in place. Well, I might try some manual decorating later, I suppose. Well, this will be finished if we had to get a skull, but didn't get one. Now we don't have to buy any dyes or anything. I think we should be able to finish without them. I'll do the snow fencing a little later. I'm even gonna have to fight to get the 4 hours done, but I should be able to do it. Surely I'll limp home for another hour. So 1 o'clock. Well, it's about 2 in the game now, isn't it? Well, half 2. Okay. Let's see if we can get that other skull. We took the guys from there, didn't we? I don't know if it's worth the hassle, but we need that skull. The place isn't exactly teeming with them. Oh, good God. There it is. That's a pig. Well, I suppose we have no choice. Where's the best way to get to this guy? I think I've been down here in ages. Oh, it's gotta be an easier hit than that. Not really. Oh, there is. That's all down here. Yeah, another one there, so it would be around the Hornica. Probably has the most hits. Oh, we're kind of stuck anyway. We might as well be doing this. I wonder if I can lie down while I'm doing this. Probably go to sleep. Nah, I can't see the screen that well. What I need is one of those little hospital tables. You know, the one you can kind of slide beneath the bed. as well. One of those. That would be cool. Yeah, I have to figure out what I'm doing with this. I think I'll close it in a little bit neater than that. Ah, you're kidding me. The fourth one. I should have stayed where you were.
Hello there.
Ornica, wasn't it? I think it was. They're within striking distance of here, I think. Yeah. Okay. There's apparently one down here. You kidding me? Really? Yeah, these wolves are a menace. I don't usually miss. Oh, little. Oh. That it? That's it, apparently. Now, aha, okay. Well, he dropped. Oh, you got that headshot. Now, let's see. No. Oh, is that a moose? Yep. You know, I don't know why I'm bothering with these guys. Okay. Where was the other guy we seen? There. I don't think we got another one, did we? Not a hope. It must be here somewhere. Yeah, they're a bit off the beaten track. Oh, he went down quick. Right, give me my skull. No. Okay. Oh, what have we got here? I think I got this last season. No, I didn't. I didn't get it last season. Actually, I didn't get it last season. I must have missed that. Oh, there he is. Oh. I wasn't here, actually. Oh. Yeah, that's enough. Where did I see that guy? Kidding me. There he is. The one thing they need some help with those drops. I'm gonna have to wait till next season. I wonder if we can sleep here, probably. Save us a bit of hassle. Pretty close. Just a few seconds. There. Just need to get to 7 PM on this day and we can get through the spring. Oh my. Okay. Um. Wow, him. I suppose. Oh, apparently it's only just over 200 meters this way. On the other side of the lake, of course. Oh, we get a free wash. Now, let's see. Oh, there's one of them. Uh-oh. That's the stupidest thing ever. You're kidding me. Hey, that woke me up. I was getting a bit too brave. Oh, this time I have my ball loaded friend. You get a headshot here. There we go. Nah, we're not getting a skull. Ah, got it. At long last. Okay. Let's get out of here. Where are we? We'll go back to Hornica. We'll get a lift back from there. Not a hiking back the entire way. We got our skull. Yeah. There you go, strip back, we'll hang up that skull, that's the last one we need for building. Then we get a few in the future for decoration, I suppose they're okay. Find somewhere to chuck them.
How is life treating you?
No. I can't really do much in this snow. We have to get out and get to spring. At last. Right. Both of these are finished out from maybe some kind of decorating I'll try and do on the shelves, but it's... you'd want a lot of time for that. Get it out later. Yeah, that's the last of them. Time. That's the problem. Winter is always the worst. You can't really build. So after you do your run and maybe stock up on supplies, they're pretty much done. Oh, I want to keep those. I have a good bit to do on the orchards. Now, I am just going to pause this for one quick moment, guys. I just need to take a really quick bathroom break. It won't be a second. My apologies for this. Here, I'll leave this guy like this because we need to get the day out as well. I won't be a moment. Now, there we are. What were we doing? I dumped off the junk. Gotta make up the other stuff so the onions don't go off. Then I'll check on the guys I've been training with settlers. See how they're doing. Do they need to be shifted around a bit? Oh, that seems to be the one. Right, dump that in. There's complicated little things I need to do during the summer as well. Measuring out for those crops, we'll see if we can find. Now we'll put some of the trees. That'll be ideal for filling in the blank spots. We'll keep them, I won't be using them. Oh, there it is. Alright. Let's check on these guys. Oh. Now where's that water carrier? Oh, he's maxed out. Or she is. I can change him around with the miner. What's her name? Okay. Yeah, you'll max him out a lot quicker on that. I'd say, I'll put you in there. Gee, there she is. Now we'll go get that guy. Or was he a miner? Yeah, there he is. There. I don't think there's anyone else. I think that was the last guy. It's just two ladies is all I'm working on. Yeah. Now, what are we going to do for a few minutes while this clock runs down? Not much we can do. So it's what, about 1-ish, so 6 hours. 12 minutes, my god. About 12 minutes. Well, I suppose I could have a quick look. Let's see if I can waken myself up a bit. Okay, let's save this. So, I suppose we can figure out where's the best place to do. Oh, sugar. There. Now, you can see what I've done here. Where is it? Yeah, you see them there, two there. They're actually apple trees. This would be a decent spot here. Let me have a look. Is there anywhere else? It's pretty much dead. No, it's all going to be on this side. Probably the cherries or something in there. Okay, let's see. I might be able to do this in the snow. I think we'll come back very far. We'll get a decent bit in here. I think we might be able to manage something here. Yeah. See, the problem with doing this is why I never do it in the snow. I can't see the edges of the road. Sometimes this goes over a bit on the side. And lining them up on this won't do. Yeah, it's a waste. Hang on, let me see. There's no point in putting fences on this. Oh! I didn't do the colouring, guys. I can do this anytime. This is definitely going to be fish. Right. Let's do our colouring. Yeah, okay, I've done everything else. Sugar. I'm out of reach. I think I'm out of reach. No, I'm not. So what am I short on these? Oh, the red dye. Yeah, okay. Orange dye. I suppose we can make somewhere pretty close to that one. Should be more than enough. Usually I wouldn't touch this till spring or summer, but we need to kill some time. Now, definitely not sure about that one. What is the fish? That's an obvious one. But, yeah, I'm going with the fish on the sides. I actually already did the ends with the fish. They looked, pretty decent. Yeah, go here with the fish. Oh, I can barely see it. Now the outside. Oh, I used to go with the bear one. I suppose this would be no different. Okay. Yeah, I get that on. I did. Well, this one needs to be done. Oh, it's done, is it? Yeah. There. God, this is giving me a migraine. Yeah, that's all done. Now, what time is it? We still got another 25 minutes. To be honest, I'm so tired, I don't even know if I can go another 25, we'll see. If I can get into spring, it might wake me up a little bit. I must be in hibernation, waiting for spring. Oh, God. Now, time. Ain't close enough. Well, 1900 we can get to the next season. Oh, for goodness sake, where is this,
Silence is relaxing. Until you're a parent and your child is silent for...
No. I'd sleeping not bad now. I better get over to our own house if we're gonna do this. I really need to be getting more sleep, you know that. Especially before I come on here. But what can I do? Not much. I get more sleep, I suppose, with painkillers or sleeping tablets, but... that's a big price, isn't it? Now I'll just let this guy stand here for a moment while I get something to drink, maybe light up. What I need is some kind of an adrenaline shot to wake me up, I think. Rarely am I this tired. Well, I know one good thing anyway, I'll have no problem going to sleep. I wonder is that what's it called? Assassin's Creed, not Shadows. I heard that wasn't great. The one before it. Yeah, I got that. Looks okay. Although the whole franchise was getting a bit stale for a while, it's pretty much rinse and repeat stuff. But still, Mirage, that's the one. It had its charm, didn't it, Jaeger? Even though I didn't mind it that much, going around to all the waypoints and the lookout things and all that. But I've been following the progress lately. Well, you know, Tencent got 25% of their stake. They made another company, took the IPs from Ubisoft, put it in there, not a good sign. Did you hear that one that they suspended, well, they tried to suspend trading in the stocks. Played it, yeah. It looked okay, to be honest. You know, the kind of average kind of SC game. Yeah, they tried to suspend trading, and they delayed their.
Once upon a time, there was a boy.
Was it like
A boy with a
half-year
strange
reporting to
scar on his
stockholders?
forehead.
I wonder what's going on there. Well, usually when you see something like that, Jaeger, they're probably one of two things. They've got somebody else to buy them out completely,
I
or
hope our king is going to reign
they're
as
calling it
long as
quits, going into
possible.
receivership
But
with
usually
Ubisoft.
The best ones
Now
spread
that they've
before
moved all the IPs over to the other company. I did say that about 6 months, well, a good few months ago. Yeah. Yeah, you remember I was saying that when I heard that they were making another company, I said it was an old gag that corporate used to use when they were going to, wrap up a business. So they'd have a lot of debts. So anything valuable from that company, they'd start another one and transfer it over and then declare bankruptcy. But there's more than stockholders that will go down on Ubisoft. They were encouraged for the last decade and more to, instead of bonuses, to accept shares. And I think a lot of workers in that company, not only did they put their bonuses in, they put all their savings in, and they even went as far as mortgaging their homes to buy shares. That's going to be pretty bad. But I remember Ubisoft shares, and it wasn't too long ago. Yeah. Shady. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't mind the stockholders, even though it is shady, getting bitten. That's the risk they take. But to encourage your employees, to be working for a decade for zero and lose everything they have, that's way different. But I think about 7 years ago, their stocks was something like 80, wasn't it? About $80. Do you know what their stocks are today? I think just under 7. 675, I think. They have took a massive hit. It's been one thing after another. Skull and Bones and a couple of other ones. Shadows didn't make enough either. Well, it was never going to make enough. Yeah, that's a big hit in the stocks. I would like to be an Ubisoft investor now. 6 years ago, that was the time to get out. But shareholders have been begging them for years to not go so hard on the mic. It's unusual, isn't it? Shareholders to be saying that, they're too expensive and, not to keep nickel and diamond people with microtransactions. Usually they're all for it, but I think they've seen the writing on the wall. I haven't heard anything since. But it's never good, is it, when someone would, delay their annual report to stockholders and then asked for trading in stocks to be suspended. I don't know if they got it granted. But legal. It's shady but legal, unfortunately. See, proving it is another thing. You could say, oh yeah, but we didn't know this was happening. You know, we were starting another company. But yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Not saying it's going to happen, but if Ubisoft go under, if they declare bankruptcy, and then just months before they took all of the decent IPs, transferred ownership over to the other company, it looks like, you know, let's say, yeah, the loopholes. It's like if a guy was getting a divorce and, you know, he didn't want to have his assets, you know, with his partner. So, you know the old trick of giving it all to your mum? And then giving him nothing in the settlement, and then probably maybe a year after when it all dies down she'll give it back to you. Well, hopefully. And that was the plan anyway. I think Ubisoft might have done that with Tencent. Will they give it back? What company? Oh my. I'm not saying that's happening, but it's kind of looking that way. Well, they brought it on themselves. And there we are, we're into the season, at last. But when I heard they were splitting the company into two, I said, no, they're not going to pull that old gag. I thought that died out in the 70s. What they're doing is, you know, instead of let's say doing a remaster, you know, the retro games, they're doing remasters on the old scams that were used about half a century ago. It's another kind of remaster, I suppose. Yeah. That really went overboard. They ballooned. My God, the employees they had. There was no need for it. And then, you know, even for the longest time, even if you put, let's say, you know, massive budgets, and they definitely weren't getting their money worth, the waste on that company was unbelievable. I could go on forever. And, you know, even if they took the politics and ideology from it, and that kind of stuff, the franchise was getting a small bit stale. Yeah, you know, it was, you know, I'm not saying change it too much, but, you know, every 3 or 4 years, you know, do something a little different with the mechanics, or, you know, try and keep pushing the game a little bit further. You know, they're on a good thing with the ships, but they didn't go far enough. And then they kind of backtracked from that a bit. But I did like Valhalla. To be honest, I think that was their only money spinner in a long time. You know, even out from that, they would have eventually been in trouble. But you know, when you're a company like that, when you're hanging on by a thread, let's say, doing the same dated stuff, and you add all of this new stuff to the mix, it's gonna be bad. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. It was, I know it didn't go down well, let's say, with, you know, the hardcore Ubisoft things, guys, but even though it used the name Assassin's Creed, it was very little assassination, but it was a decent, you know, kind of Viking adventure, I suppose. Syndicate, yeah. Syndicate was, I got Syndicate for free. Syndicate and another one for free. Syndicate and Black Flag on my console. Yeah. They were the two I got. Yeah. Yeah, that's the story. But they started off as a shipping company, apparently, Jaeger. in Canada. What they were doing is they would ship stuff, and they used to be shipping a lot of video games. So one day they said, "Yeah, okay, let's give this a try." I think Black Flag was one of the best. Story was deadly. Yeah, lots of people don't like it because of the it was hard to get the 100% sync, but that was part of it as well. You know, but I see a lot of companies doing that. They're taking out a lot of the mechanics, let's say, and making it a little bit too easy, to attract more players in. I don't know about that. Yeah, I used to play Black Flag a lot. The way I'd go in for an hour or so on No Man's Sky, if I was kind of bored or needed to relax. I used to do the same on Black Flag. Yeah, even to the stage where I got a lot of the high scores on that game. Now, there's 1, 2, 3 birds. And animal birds. Lambs. Hang on. Okay. Maybe I thought I got those lambs. Well, that's it. Now let's see. Oh, okay, we're in spring. Then we get a quest from the missus. We do. Okay, this and pay our taxes. That should keep me awake for a while. How long have we got? We got another 10 minutes. We still can get the quests out.
Nothing worth having comes easy.
Yeah, I 100% synced that about 8 times, I think. Do you know they had a serious problem too on that Black Flag? I remember I had that, and I had all the sync and everything done that. And one of my sons were pretty young. They wanted to play Black Flag as well, so they had a different account. But it was on the shared thing on Xbox. I loaded up my game one day, and his was there. Yeah, it overwrit my game. I was absolutely raging. I just 100% synced that stupid thing. Yeah. Yeah, and it would happen all the time. There was a lot of corruption as well. You see, the problem with the game was, or any game, when a game is saving, if your internet gets a little dicey, let's say it cuts for a split second, and it happens on every internet, but no, rarely, you're going to get a corrupted save. But the Black Flag was the best game for autosave. Everything. You couldn't go 5 seconds in that game without an autosave. If you had any kind of tiny interruption that would normally not affect any other game, that would really mess up. I think I lost saves on that like 3 or 4 times on that. It was ridiculous. And then the multiplayer. Oh, God, that was horrible. Yeah. There was no defense, there was no nothing. Literally, a multiplayer, you would walk around through a crowd. 95% of everyone would be NPCs standing around, and you'd have to keep walking around slowly, seeing if you could identify, another player, and then backstab them. That was it. No defense. Just sneaking around, stabbing people. Horrible. I exited the space station and went, yeah, that happened to me. Yeah, that happened to me also. Could you bring up your galaxy map and get out of there? Yeah, get clean out of there. It happened to me on a planet twice. Yeah, I thought my whole save was destroyed. I put too much work into that. It took me about 20 minutes to get off the planet because I didn't know what direction it was going. And back in again. That worked as well, did it? Yeah. And I landed on a space station one day and fell right through the floor and got spaced. Yeah. I've noticed there's a few problems as well since the update for well, was the update actually for Croc? They still haven't fixed it that much yet. Usually when I land on a planet, you know, you're messing about. Sometimes you go into your menu, it pauses for about 7 or 8 seconds, but eventually frees itself. But if you meet anyone you have to speak to, let's say you meet those autophage guys or whatever, it crashes. Yeah. I'm sure they'll get around to fixing it. Yes, you've seen it as well. Yeah. Same. So it's not just me. Yeah. It freezes a lot in menu. Yeah. And sometimes it will crash if you push too many buttons. Only chance you have is to wait for maybe 10, 15, even 20 seconds and hope that it frees out. And for some reason that always happens to me when I'm doing one of the quick serve requests. But then again, I'm only really in the day to do that, so yeah. That's always it. Yeah. Now let me get something to drink. But a great game. But I'm sure they'll fix it. They always have. But this one, they're taking a little bit longer than usual. Now, let's see what our quest is. It's usually something simple. Yeah, there's another one, isn't there, coming out? What's the next expedition, Jaeger? I know we did Expedition 2. I think somebody was saying it might be Expedition 4. One tomorrow. Ooh, nice. We'll bump through that on the weekend then. Yeah, neither do I. But how many expeditions did it do in November? Is it just 2? I heard somebody say it was 3, but I'm not sure about that. They apparently do them for 2 weeks. Is it? Although when I got my expedition, there was only 6 days left. So I don't know what the story is. Well, there. Be nice if they did, if it kind of rotated and they did like 1 a month. That would be cool. Everyone could catch up then. Or even that, yeah, even one every month would be cool. Yeah. That was okay. The ship was disappointing. It was a freighter, but it was one of those ones that you use to send off on the missions. It still was okay. Titan, does it? Yeah. Which one was the one with the living freighter? That's the one I want to do the most. Expedition 17. Ah. So they'll just randomly pick them. Yeah, that's the one that I missed actually. I started playing around that time, but the expedition was too far in, so I didn't know how long it would take me to finish it. I only started playing the game at the time, so I didn't bother doing it. I think it was Titan. I think it might have been Titan. I could be wrong. Oh, I'd like that. Is that what it's called? Breach, yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't mind doing them. Yeah. I'd like to do all of the expos in that game and get all of the junk. Then I'd probably get fed up for it. Only then I will have my fill of that game, I'd say.
How's your day going, my love?
Don't. Excuse me, is everything alright? Nothing is alright. Who do you think I am? A nesting hen. I'm going insane standing here all day. All damn day. I understand the troubles, but what? You're going on your little adventures, swinging that blasted hammer all the time, picking up rocks. These just many rocks anyway. And who am I in the story? Okay. Relax. So much more than. Okay. Right now. Oh, it's my fault. You're right. Yeah, I just said it's your fault. What do you give me when I'm mad? Great. Now you ruined my outrage. Are you happy? I honestly don't know. Okay. Frustrated and tired. Okay. Maybe I could. No, you're not going to propose anything. It's not your time. It's mine. What do you want me to do? Give me a present. You want a gift. That's not a stupid idea. You're stupid. Get me a gift. What kind of... good one. Now go on. Watch this. I was ready for this one. Don't Test Me is the name of this one. I have a ton of gifts here. I wonder what one of those do. Oh no. It's one of those special gifts. Oh my, I've never seen her so... Okay, now I understand what she said. Okay. Talk to... I don't know, whoever this person is. Let's get this over with. They're the only ones I'll do in this. The rest are... Yeah, these go into the story quests. There's quite a few of them, actually. Okay, where is this guy? Okay. Let's see if we can find it. I would imagine in some of the main ones. In one of these three main towns down here. Is that him there? There he is, in Gostovia. Right, let's grab some junk to sell. No problem. Looked it up. I think Titan. Titan is the living ship one. Starts tomorrow on... Oh, lovely. I am definitely going to get that ship. Yeah. I really want that ship. I'll be sacrificing an S-class pirate freighter. But that looked really cool. The living ship one. Oh, definitely. Starts tomorrow. Perfect. Yeah. I'll be doing that then on the weekend. That'll be going on for at least a week or maybe more. Yeah, perfect. I'll get ready. This time we'll get through this one quick. I usually just take whatever rubbish ship they have, but they'll allow me to bring my own ship. We'll use that one. We'll get through it real quick. And one of my weapons as well. I think we did our time. Titan was the one with the living ship. Cool. Oh, absolutely looking forward to that one. Now, we'll just grab some junk, obviously, to sell. Oh, hang on. We got to do the little thing up here. Should give us a break from this for a while, and then that's it, I think, isn't it? For another year on that. Okay, come on, you can jump. Okay, maybe you can't. Oh, I'm so tired, my eyes are stinging. Now, food and junk. Let's see if anyone came back. 2 people actually. I wonder who they are. Well, it's spring, so we'll need our farmers in, don't we? There's one. 50. My God, she's old. She's back from maternity leave. She's 50. Oh. Where's the other guy? Oh, right at the bottom. Okay. Yeah, we'll get three lots of these guys in and we'll get this thing out quick. I should do any of that stuff for us. Yeah, once I get a few more in, I can keep them there 24/7. We'll have to be doing this. That's 3 of these. We should be able to manage it, we'll see. Oh, it's hard to know. There's a few went out on leave, didn't they? Okay. I want to see who's missing in a moment. Right. Check the mines. No! Still got a good few. That will do. Now, food. Oh, we'll grab the junk. Let's see if we can get that little quest out of the way. Try and do it on a run. Oh, we still have a lot of other junk to sell anyway, haven't we? 577. Should be enough. And get some other junk from there as well. Oh, I have a ton of meat from the other one. Forgot about that. No. Yeah, they'll make short work of that. Now let's see. We just start clearing this. I'll stand for a moment, guys, because my back is killing me. Now I won't be able to see the message screen for a little bit. Just need to stretch my legs as well. Not really worth taking it, to be honest. The war is always good to go. Yeah. About 1500 war. Yeah, that will do. Yeah, okay, that should do. That's about all we can take. Oh, these guys. They're getting low on these, but I think they're okay for a while. Yeah, they'll last out the season, I'd say, anyway. Now, we are ready. So that guy's in Gostovia. We could do our little rounds running around now. We don't need any dye or anything like that, so just straight up selling and moving on. Oh, sugar. There's one dead bunny. Now get through this as quickly as we can. Ah, sugar. Oh, that guy's not concerned. Oh my. And my fours is up in a bit more. We'll see if we can get these rounds done. Clear up the quest, pay the taxes. Do our rounds, that should do it. I badly need some sleep.
Welcome. I've got everything you need. Oh, have a good day.
Every day I wake up to a big squirrel.
Greetings. Let me show you my wares.
Wow, this woman has a ton of cash. I think we'll sell everything on this run. Dog needed out, so did I, yeah?
How are you? Best prices in the area.
Right. I'll give you some eggs.
Good.
There. That's one of the towns. When we wind up in Gostovia, it's a few towns over. We can actually get a start on the two quests there, pay our taxes, and then see what we gotta get for the old ball and chain.
Hello.
Greetings. Do you need anything? Take care.
Ah, another client. Welcome. Be safe.
And we're speed running this.
How is life treating you?
Oof. Let's just stretch my back. Oof. Now. God, I feel feel like I'm 90.
Can I help you with only goods of the highest quality? Then hope to see you soon.
How trade is in my nature. Farewell.
Oh, it's you again.
So one more as we get to the river, and then we're in Gostovia. I think they might have overed it a little bit with the amount of villages. Maybe a little bigger and a few less.
Ah.
Ugh.
Farewell.
How can I help? Want to see my wares? See you around.
Right. Were you ever so tired, Jaeger, that your eyes started to sting? Definitely haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. Yeah, that's the way it is.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, smoking doesn't help, obviously.
Got the best workshop in the area.
A newcomer! Hello there! Goodbye.
Ah, you're hungry.
This is the only time I've seen it happen. They messed up the padding of this NPC. She leaves in the morning, she tries to get through that fence to go where she's going to, up to that barn up there, then turns around and walks the other way. They must have originally had a pathway up there and then changed it and forgot to change the padding on this one.
Do you need anything? Hope to see you soon.
Great. Only goods of the highest quality. Be safe.
Oh, Gostovia.
That breeze. It smells divine.
Got a riddle, yeah? What sounds the same in every language? Oh, I think I heard this one before and I've forgotten it. I think I used to know this one. That's killing me. I've forgotten it. That's an old one. You. A bullet. Yeah. It does. That's one way of talking.
Oh, it's you again.
I heard a different version of that. It was the one. It's actually you. You always sound the same. That was the logical one. But they'll always take these riddles and jokes and stuff and just kind of, you can insert other stuff into it. They're pretty multi-purpose. Like a great gift from my wife. Of course, I have plenty of items worthy of being presented to a loved one. Are you interested in something specific? Not really. May I ask what's the occasion? My wife is furious. I wish to keep on breeding. So the usual. Pretty much, I understand. You actually do something wrong, or is it more of a you didn't do enough situation? The latter. Naturally, this will be perfect for her then. It costs 500. It's not cheap. I'll take it. Yeah, okay. Pouch of spices. I had all of these spices at home. A pouch of spices. Probably gonna kill me for this one. It says I've made peace of mind. Blah 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 blah. You have an idea? What's that? Give the present to you. Okay, let's see.
How do you do?
Show me your wares. All of this junk I have, but I will grab the tray. Yeah, it's always nice to have a few of those in backup. Pouch of spices. Doesn't even say a quest item. I had like 10 of those back at home.
See you around. Do you wish to make someone you like you?
Can I help you with
Alright, there's just 3 more vendors to hit here and then we'll head back and we'll pay this guy's taxes as well if we can find him. Where is he? There he is. Let's see. I think it's almost 20k. Yeah, like 18k in taxes. Can't even escape it, even in a game.
How hard be in the vendors before you could walk? Farewell.
Okay, these 2 vendors and then we're out of here. We can get the last 4 ones later. I'll probably do them. After this stream, guys, I will be back. What was this? This is my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. Yeah, it'll be the weekend. We'll have 2 days together. So, definitely that expedition will be out. Really looking forward to picking up that living freighter. I already have an S-class pirate freighter. They're pretty rare. But I wouldn't mind trading it in for that. I've already got the squadron I have on the ship, on the living ship, so that would be pretty decent. Yeah, looking forward to that. I suppose out of all the expeditions, that would have been the one I wanted, that freighter. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. It'll be the same inside. I think we can... I think there's a function where we can, you know, do the same thing over. Yeah. But I gotta be careful as well. What I will have to do is, before I leave in the expedition, or before I cash in the expedition, you know, all the junk on my freighter, all of the tech I have, and all of the junk in storage, I'll have to take that out. Yeah. Or we'll lose it.
How have you been?
I'll find a spot for that somewhere today. Yeah, for the next 10 years, we'll find something to do for a decade or two. Yeah. And then even if we're still alive in those couple of decades, it will probably be like 76 will probably be a masterpiece compared to it. Yeah. God knows what the next 76 will be. Or the Elder Scrolls for that matter.
Trade is in mind.
Just don't know anymore. But it's gotten to the stage now, no matter what to do, it would really surprise me. Not after what we've had over the past 4 or 5 years. Oh, I still have a ton of soured milk. Okay.
Have a good day.
But that anniversary edition, you know, the mods on Skyrim were kind of rubbish, but they were still better than the stuff. It's mostly old skins and stuff they have on that. I heard people couldn't even access them when they got them. Some people wound up paying 40 extra. I don't know, maybe they hadn't got the DLCs. But if you think about it, you know, the game, Fallout 4, and the DLCs, you'll pick them up pretty cheap. And I think if you were never playing it before, to buy from them, the game, the DLCs, and the mod bundle, I think someone was saying it was like 60 euros. That's a bit much, isn't it? To be honest. How many times are you going to sell those games again? I suppose as long as people keep buying them. I'm done anyway.
Best
Oh, why should I?
prices in the area.
You know, I've already got them. The mods are rubbish. I much prefer the free mods. But yeah, it's gotten to the stage where people making mods for free are much better than the ones being sold. Yeah, you know, there's something wrong then. Yeah. Yeah, something is not quite right then, isn't it? When some guy in his bedroom or sitting room or whatever can, you know, make better stuff that they're selling and do it for free. Yeah. But I remember a long time ago with my friends, especially after the horse armor thing, we were kind of speculating, you know, what way gaming would go. I knew there was going to be much more of that and it was going to be much toxic. But it's even outdone what I said. And I thought maybe I went overboard with where they were going to go. But no. There's no limit on greed, is there? That's right, yeah. Oh, really? On the London one? She's been playing that. Nice. But I heard, there was some podcast or something on or whatever it was. But they were talking about, you know, they're making the Fallout 4 or whatever they're doing with some of this stuff. Or no, Skyrim. Yeah, when they're making the Elder Scrolls, they're doing that granny lady as well. Yeah. She gave it up for a while, didn't she? Yeah, she's really old and yeah, it's quite tiring for her. I think she was kind of ticked off because people were coming on telling her how to play. Yeah, it must be really annoying for her. Yeah, she was off for a good while. What age is she now, anyway? She's like 80 something, isn't she? Yeah, not further off that myself, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's who I thought you were talking about, Granny. Yeah. But they do that. They did that in. They actually did that in the in Skyrim. Yeah, it was a fan was really fond. I think he was terminally ill and passed away. But do you know that quest you can get with that guy where you got to get him a suit of armor? He becomes your follower, like a mercenary. Oh, I forget his name. That was dedicated to a fan of the same name, I think. And then again, on the DOC, there was another guy that was dedicated to a fan again. Yeah, they did that a lot. Oh, you were talking about Blonde, Granny Vance. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I don't know why. I was looking, it was kind of in my head, Jaeger. I was listening to him talking about that, so. Yeah, she's been playing Fallout London a lot. Yeah, the guy on that trailer, remember he was sitting on top of it. And that guy starts with R. You know when you're coming in Skyrim, you know, you're in there with a thief and he said he's from that place? And he gets killed, he's the first one up, he gets killed. What was it? Rodvik, something like that. Rorik, yeah, Rorikstead. That's the one. Rorikstead. Got it. Yeah, I think it's in Rorikstead. There's an inn there. You know where you get the sheep or the goat in the night, remember? There's an NPC in there and his dad owns the inn. And he wants an iron armor. So they get him that and he pretty much joins up. But I think he's dedicated as well to someone. Something the Slayer or something his name is. Yeah. I think it was the brother of a dev that worked on it. I'm not sure. I don't remember reading up about that one somewhere. Okay, we paid our taxes, we cleaned all these guns out, there's 4 of them to do. Let's do them. Yeah, we'll get it over with. Let's see if we can push for a tiny bit longer.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, why not? Let's go for it. We'll get this junk going.
I've got everything you need. Be safe.
Greeting. Only goods of the highest quality. Be safe.
And you.
Hello? Only the
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. See if we can get it out. First time watching, been looking at this game lately. What are some pros and cons you would say about the game? Well, there is a steep learning curve in the beginning, our train. There's a ton of micromanagement, but I would suggest you get a resource shed and some other stuff up. But once you kind of learn how it works, it's pretty easy. But the game it's a wonderful game for what it is, you know. It's reasonably priced and there's 0 bugs. All of these games, let's say, there's not much of a kind of a story to it, you know. But I'll show you what I mean. But if you like the kind of building aspect of a game, it's pretty good. There's story mode, and then there's obviously the Oxbow map. In story mode, you've got to go along with the story to allow you to build, you know, different houses and, you know, production centers, and then there's this kind of a limit. But if you're into building, it's pretty good as well. And the graphics are pretty decent. Yeah, just let me just get this lady's money and then I'll show you. She's the last NPC here.
So long.
Right, I'll just save it down here. I've got all my achievements on this now. I got most of them on the first map, and then I got the last tree here. But I totally recommend this, especially if you like the kind of stuff in the likes of Subnautica, Valheim to a certain extent, No Man's Sky. This would kind of fit into that category, I suppose. With this, let's say, it's got a little bit of everything, you know. But it's not something, let's say, where, you know, you'd be doing battles and, you know, axes and that. There is obviously a little bit of that, but it's pretty basic because it's not that kind of game. Let me just get rid of these autosaves.
Oh, it's you.
Now, I'll show you what we've been working in here. I'm mostly in it for the building. But, you know, even out from the building, I'll give this game a shot. It's pretty decent. Now, you can... How could I put this? You can kind of... Well, not exactly hire. You can invite settlers to your farm, your settlement, and, you know, house them, give them a job, supply them food. It's like, if you get a settler, right? Okay, first of all, you need a house. Now you've got the house, they need food and water. So you're probably best off giving them meat. So now you need a hunter, so you get another guy for that. And then you need a cook. Then you need someone to get water. You know what I mean? And it keeps going like that. And you can set up a chain where the whole thing will pretty much take care of itself. I ran another one on the other map with about 120, and rarely did I ever have to do anything. And money isn't an object then. So this is far from done. There's still a lot of decorating to do in it. But this one is huge. You can get away with murder on building with this. It's going all the way over there and down there. Now take into account too that every tree you see there, I'm using the DLC that I got after I finished the first playthrough. And I planted these guys here. And they have a little bit of animation. So you can imagine the strain on the cell. You know, when the wind comes, they move a tiny bit. So that's very, very hard on the cell. But this one is far from finished. But I'm getting there. Now they're doing all of this. You just give the orders on the barn, but once you learn them how to do all that properly, it's pretty easy. So they'll reap the crops, bring them in, you know, turn them into whatever you need to. You have all guys doing that. They'll hoe, they'll do the manure, they'll reseed, you know, all of that stuff. Now I'm getting a little bit of stuttering here because of all of the trees I've planted, and I'm running as well. I still have a lot of decorating to do. There's taverns, blacksmiths, houses, production centres, all of that kind of stuff. And this is something I did. It's a large garden now. I'll be doing the rest of this a little later. The place is so big you can't really see all the settlers. But I can show you a finished one. This is one I did without the DLC when we couldn't plant trees. So any trees you see here were the ones when I actually came here. But this is on the Oxbow map. There's two maps. Oxbow is more of a kind of a multiplayer thing. And the story map is the original one where you've got to unlock stuff as you proceed through the story. I'll give you a quick look at this so you can see what you're getting. But even though it's multiplayer, obviously you can do it solo. It doesn't focus so much on the quests or all kind of message board stuff. But I would definitely recommend it. I think it's one of the best indie games for what it is I've seen in a long, long time. You know, these guys, yeah, they're really took pride in what they did. And you can notice it in the little details, you know. But Toplet are the producers for this, but the devs that did it were RenderCube. Now apparently Toplet has put out another similar game like this with a Japanese setting, but different devs. A lot of people were saying to me that they didn't really like it that much. They were expecting something like this, but what they got was much different. It takes a while to load up, but this one is pretty much finished. It's autumn, so everything is not in bloom. It looks a lot better, let's say, you know, when everything is blooming. So this is what I did in Oxbow. We're just running through this real quick. Oh, you get horses as well, all that stuff. And you can call your horses. I'll come in a moment. But I have to show you this. This is awesome. The NPC pathing. You'll never see an NPC walk into a fence or spawn on a roof or any of that silliness we get in the BGS games. There's my horsey. Now remember, I built this, so you'll navigate through this maze without even touching the edges. He turned around there. Oh, come on. There, I changed my mind. Good, isn't it? Yeah, it's brilliant panning for the NPCs. A heavy grind game that is cozy. Yes, it is. Try and play it at its normal settings, Our Train. You know, there's sliders to make it much easier. I wouldn't recommend it. For your first playthrough, at least. You know, grind it out. This is going to be grindy, nice, kind of relaxing kind of game. You'll be working on your own attributes and skills. So what you do with your first set of settlers, don't let them do the farming. You know, do all of the farming yourself. And then once you have maxed out, just let them at it, you know. This, if you want it to be, if you put it at its original settings, the way it's supposed to be played, this is the game for you then. If you like a nice little grind and, you know, the kind of payoff when you see your settlement coming up and, you know, getting new skills, building new buildings, you know, getting it all coming together. Yeah, this is the one. I think you would. All of this we put in, there was nothing here when we got her except the outside road and the bridge. And of course when I say we, I mean me. And now the houses would come in one piece. It's not like Valheim. You know what I mean? But you gotta bang it and you gotta supply the materials, do all that, but where you put it, it's up to you. I wouldn't mind if they did at least one house where maybe you could do different designs. Put it together in sections. Something like the Valheim thing. But these are pretty decent. Now these I finished and I've decorated them. More of these guys. Get yourself up a excavation shed as soon as possible. Get that guy collecting some clay and all of that stuff. But your first priority should be a food storage and a resource storage. Remember, hold all your tools and everything there for your settlers to use. Don't put them in the places they're working. Yeah, everything into resource storage. Now, you go through levels on the resource storage. There's level 1, 2 and 3, and as you get better you can build these. But each of the resource sheds would have a certain distance, you know, that NPCs would have to be, you know, kind of close. I think it's 25 meters on level 1, 50 on level 2, and I think it's 75 on level 3. So if you're putting down a resource storage, so let's say I put one there, you know, if you wanted to do a kind of grid pattern. So let's say it's a level 3. So that's covering everything for 75 meters there. You get me there, well, all the way around it. So you could kind of mark it out, and then you could put another one maybe 150 meters away, 275 to meet in the middle, and you cover a huge area. But you wouldn't have to do that way. I just kind of just planned them, you know. And thanks for following, L Train. I appreciate it, and welcome. But if you want to spend the time and you want to grind a lot, you can build this big. I'll show you how it goes from here. You can push all this junk all over the place. Use stuff from your menu as well. It's a little light on the stuff you can build outside. But that was an ideal spot there for my mill right on the hill. Flat ground is pretty decent as well. You would need a reasonable amount of flat ground. So pick a space, you know, maybe, you know, flat as you can get it. This is the best spot if you're going to the valley. So I'll show you where it is on the map. So you will start off, if you're playing the valley map, or not the valley, this is actually Oxbow, this is the kind of multiplayer map. My apologies. I forget what we started off. We started off at, Piastovia. So that's where you'll start off. So just go down here to the bottom of the map, and you'll see it here. This is what you'll see, that's the original bridge. That road, that bridge, that's the only thing that was here. I think it's the best spot. This is the only true, you know, kind of level spot, but you'll work these out as well. You know, there's bits and pieces. This one we named in Gaelic. A bad English translation means far from home. So you'll get a view of your settlement like this. Then you can do the overview as well. The ground levels can affect your road a slight bit, let's say, and put it off. It looks horrible on the map, so you know, sometimes you're just breaking it out. And let's say if you started from here with a road, yeah, you practice, you'll get good at it, and you just kind of move over a fraction to allow for it. Can be a bit iffy. No, if you're into that. But I tried to get it looking, you know, reasonably clean on the map. But it can take a long time, obviously, to put these together. But, you know, you just come in for a few hours. Nice and relaxing. You don't feel it coming into place. Now this is where I put my kind of larger area for an inn. Oh yeah, there's inns and all of that stuff. There's also mines on the map that you can build mines and send settlers out to. Too much to mention actually, the amount of stuff that's here. and this. I did this. It's not actually on the table, but it's pretty much like what we used to do stuff in Oblivion. You know, that old Oblivion game where we'd drop stuff from our menu, kind of plop it and pull it into place. Let's just say it took some time to do that. Now that they actually had flowers, but it's autumn, so the flowers were dying off. But spring, everything will be back blooming again. So this is what you're getting. It's pretty decent. You know, you're in the beginning. Let's say you'll have to do a lot of exploring, so you'll have to make yourself a kind of rough house. Build it anywhere. Doesn't really matter. You know, and then you can, when you find a nice spot to build your village. But there's one thing I will say, without any spoilers. There's mines on the map here that you can eventually, let's say, make some mines and get some real money, which you will 100% have to do. Yeah, you should be able to see them now. Yeah, see that? That's one there. You see it? The second you find one of these, yeah, but it can get a bit complicated. Just giving you a few heads up. You see on these ones here, when you find one, whether you're ready to put the mine up or not, put down a resource shed here, because once you start that mine running, you don't want to be delivering tools out of here. But the resource shed is linked to all your other resource sheds at your settlement, no matter how far it's away. So that's good, so they can just walk out and they can get their stuff, and you don't ever have to do anything. Just put them in your original shed back at your settlement. Plus, any storage that this can do is added to your settlement as well, so you can have massive storage without having a ton of sheds around. So anytime you find a mine, even if you're not ready to build there, put up the resource storage. Get it as close as possible to the mine. And you'll be good to go on that. That's something I learned kind of halfway through my playthrough. I had a ton of sheds and then I just got rid of them and put some out of here. The resource sheds take up a lot of room. You really don't want that. I still got about 4 or 5 here. But you'll need a ton of storage. And that's it. This is the settlement. This is probably the hardest thing to do. If you're doing walls like this and you want them to be nice and neat, you must get it in one strip. If you try to attach to it again, it's so obvious it looks ugly. So, like, let's say, where did I do it? Where am I? Here. My gateway is here. So I started here without stopping, coming up here and around and something like that. So what I would usually do is I would mark it out, make sure everything was going, and then do a save beforehand, then get in the lines. And if everything works out, save it from there and fix it up. How you can mark the ground, let's say, if you're doing anything like that, is in your inventory here, which I like to do. You just drop a stone like that, and you can move it into place. Let's say, well, here, let me go out here. I used to do this a lot on, I think it was Valheim. It's very hard to get a straight line by eye. So let's say we wanted to do something like that. And you'd come along. Yeah, let's do those ones. And then just come along like this. Okay. Yeah, it's on the roadway. I need to go like that. Oh, I don't have any... Oh, yeah. Now, you see this where it takes a long time to build something? You can go into your menu and you can just one hit kind of thing. But here we did it old school. We got the full grind, and you build up your fences like that. Yeah, I couldn't do it here because of the roadway was there. But, you know, you get the message. That kind of stuff. And that's it. That's my far from home settlement in Oxbow. This, I think, turned out reasonably well. The hill was a bit of a problem. Well, all you could do with a hill like that actually is do crops. But got lucky, and there was a spot right in the middle there that kind of worked out nice. And there we go. So that's the best spot here for building that I found anyway. Well, I didn't find it. A friend of mine showed it to me. And it's just below Piastovia. Right down here with that bridge. Right, okay, let's load up. Yeah, you might struggle a tiny bit. You know, stuff will come up saying you need this and you need that. But you'll get used to it pretty quickly. Oh, and when you build a builder's hut, you can have an NPC to repair buildings. Every season your buildings might get damaged, but it's not automatic. You've got to go down to the builder's hut and you've got to click in and you've got to order them what to do. That one is not automatic. Everything else is. And on the sheds with crops and stuff coming in, you can kind of set seasonal orders as well. So let's say, you know, you're growing some onions in autumn, you know, or something like that. You can order them to do that and stuff like that, depending on the crops you have. Sounds complicated, but, you know, once you get used to it, it's not that complicated. But it is a learning curve. And it's a steepish one as well if you're not... There's a lot of micromanagement in the beginning until you get certain key things in place. And then, you know, as you get more and more organized, it gets less and less. And, you know, if you fine-tune it properly, yeah, you never have to really do anything. But in the beginning, it's in your benefit to do as much as you can. You know, to up your character, obviously. And this is the one we're working on here, on this map. This is the valley. This is the story map. So the best place I could find is, you know, just above Denica. And Turkey, just between those two. I picked this spot here because it's really flat. Yeah, it's pretty decent flat. But the big killer for me on this, which made it a lot more difficult, if this road was not here, it would have been much simpler for me. But we managed to get around it. This one is a bit different. Not as scenic as the other one. The other one had that nice waterfall, obviously. Oh, there's no mines here. There's mines on this map as well. I think the closest one is up there. And it doesn't matter how far you're away from the mines, you know, your settlers will just go out and come back, and doesn't take the long walk there and back into consideration. Basically, when they're mining, it's as if they were right there. The stuff keeps coming in. And they have levels. And I would suggest, let's say, if you max someone out in something, you kind of rotate your workers on different jobs to give them the maximum benefit. They will have kids. And depending on their skills, the kids will have, you know, a good deal of their skills. So if you kind of max them out, you know what I mean, the kids coming along will be much better. And better means, you know, if they're farming, let's say it takes one guy, let's say, 6 hours in game to do one field at 5 in farming, or I'll do it twice as quickly, you know, at 10, you know, just that kind of stuff. And it's kind of fun anyway to try and max everyone out. These are my guys here. Well, these are their children. You get to see them grow up. It's pretty cool. You know, the stages from being infants to toddlers to 6-7-year-olds to teenagers. Now, speaking of teenagers, when a kid gets to 14 in your settlement, you can put him on as an apprentice. He doesn't help with the work, but he gains more skills. So when he becomes 18, you can put him on a job. So always be on the lookout. Let's say the easiest way to do it is when you're coming in here. Let's say, you know, you're going in this. So let's take any of these production buildings here. So let's say you want to know, and it's the easiest way. It's a pain going down through the list. You want to know who's available now, who's not working. And so we go into production. So we have a space here. So we'll hit on that, and you'll see all of this. And you know there'll be nothing here, and it's easier to find. This symbol here means that NPC is pregnant, you know, going to have a baby. And you know that's the other little guys you see. But when they do, they're off work for 2 years, for 8 seasons. So you'd want a few backups as well, like that. And if you're looking to see if you've got any apprentices ready, just go into that one. I just do this. It's easier to check this way. You see, I've got none ready yet. I think the oldest, this would be the 3rd batch. The oldest would be about 10-ish, I'd say. So another 4 years.
Hello.
3 days per season. You have to stay a minimum of 3 days. But I would advise you set your seasons to 10 times that, to 30 days. You don't have to stay the 30 days. So if you're finished in 3 days, you can sleep to another season, or maybe stuff might take you 4 or 5. At least with that, you've got a backup. So if you're on the, yeah, I'm on the Oxbow. Well, I've got one settlement. Yeah. Is your city layout nice? Well, this one is on Xbox. I can't do any multiplayer without joining Game Pass, that kind of stuff. But I don't know if players could see individual settlements. I suppose it would depend, wouldn't it? You mean literally in the game? You can, yeah. You can see where you built your city on any map. Yeah. Let's say just go into your map here like this. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Yeah, it doesn't matter which map you're on. You can see your settlement building up. Just go into your map here, and there you can see where mine is. So if you've built it, it will show the outline of the buildings, and the roads and stuff, just like that, and the crops. Yeah, it will show on every map. No, I mean my profile picture on Twitch. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah. So you kind of took that and put it in as a profile picture. Nice. So, yeah, that's cool. But even though I played on the multiplayer map, let's say, I haven't, you know, I think on that it's like Valheim or something, you'd invite players over, you know, into your settlement or vice versa. Yeah, you took a screenshot of your city and used it as a Twitch profile. I remember I built on Fallout 4 in Far Harbor. I built the best I could. I built a kind of replica of the White House, and I put that for my Xbox kind of wallpaper thing on the back. On your profile, yeah. 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 Saving it is the only way, really, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they keep taking off the clips now. Xbox have been doing that for a while on Twitch. Yeah, it's a pity. I used to have clips and stuff for years. Now they're just saving room. The only chance you'd have with something like that, if you wanted something to remember you by, or to remember it, it would be, you know, uploading it to YouTube. That's why I mostly did it. You know, a lot of the settlements I did, you know, eventually a save will get corrupted on the Xbox. You know, especially if it's anything got to do with BTS. But at least, you know, when everything is said and done, you know, you've got a little, you know, just do a quick little thing around the settlement. You know, it's something. You know. Yeah. It's something.
Hello there.
Greetings. Best prices in the
No, let's get rid of this junk. Yeah, this one real quick.
Good luck.
How are you? Best prices in the area. You take care.
Have you ever built on Valheim? That's a great. It's a bit lonely because, you know, it's not as many NPCs as this. And not only animals and bosses and stuff. But a great building game. With Valheim, let's say you can be more precise in your design and stuff. And obviously the meadows would be the best place to do it.
Can I help you with anything?
Even Subnautica is okay. The stuff is not too bad. Very hard to find a good spot to build, but it's a pretty decent game. Very scenic game.
Only goods of the highest quality. Goodbye, dear.
How are you? I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
You've been a vendor, apparently.
Good luck.
There, we've just 2 more villages to hit. Then we're pretty much done around.
How can I help you?
Yeah, the wrong one. That one. I think, well, on Twitch they're getting rid of VODs, I think 7 days. Used to be a month. And I think on Xbox they're getting rid of screenshots and clips as well. Screenshots. Yeah.
How are you? Trade is in my nature. Good luck.
How do you do?
Right. Let's see what we've got here. Just get rid of a little bit. Right, just one more left, guys. We seen the special NPC we did, of course. We got that present, didn't we, from him? This is a bit of a pain, but you know, you need to get rid of some of the junk. I haven't got all of the vendors up and running yet. You know what it's
Oh,
like.
it's you again.
Hornica. Now, we hit these vendors real fast, we get out of here. We'll save it back at the settlement. Well, we didn't do too bad. We got a reasonable amount done.
Welcome.
But it takes so long, doesn't it? Minna, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to call you then, I hope you don't mind. It takes so long to get stuff done because you're doing this and you're running racing. And time goes so quickly.
Trade is in my nature.
Okay, we just get rid of this junk. There. Ooh. Eat a lot of junk.
Farewell.
Now. It's a bit late, we should be able to get them all.
Oh,
Farewell.
How can I help? Okay, have a good day.
Okay, we've got 3 out of 6. Okay, there's 4.
Welcome. Best prices in the area.
Yeah, I suppose we don't absolutely need them all, but...
Goodbye, dear.
Where's the other guys? There's one
I
here.
love going up the mountain and looking at our village from above.
I think that's everyone.
You have be safe.
How did we get that? Okay, we got that guy, that one, that's 2. Those 2. Oh, that horse guy, where is he? Yeah, I think there's one guy left. Nah, it doesn't really make much of a difference, he's usually in there. Nah, he'll do. Yeah, we're good. I could have go looking for this guy. Well, hang on. There he is. There he is.
Can I help? Only goods of
Yeah,
the
that's the guy I'm looking for.
quality.
That's all of them.
Good luck.
Now, let's get back to the missus.
How do you do?
Yeah, I think she's over here. Oh. I hope that's the end of it. Where is she? There she is. Now, I've got you a present. I want to. What is it now? What's wrong now? Oh, you have. You were a little crazy, but I wouldn't say blah blah blah. I'm wrong. I was wrong. Yeah, sure. Of course. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Appreciate you. I roll. Blah blah blah. There we go. I'll do a little simping for a moment, obviously. Oh my god. And the dialogue is just a tiny bit lame. Okay. Okay. That it? Yeah. What's that with the coin? Have something for you too. I figured a gift should be expensive. Oh, she gave me money. It's the first time I ever got anything from my wife. Money. Oh, okay. I should have. Okay. 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 Done. Now, let me just save it. And there we go, guys. We are done. We didn't do too bad. I meant to get off about an hour ago. Mega tired, I'm still mega tired. But it's starting to wear off. So I need to get to bed quickly. I'll have to spend 2 days in bed and that wouldn't be good. So, yeah, that's my stream for tonight, guys. I've done about, 5 hours, 15 minutes. I usually try and push to 6. But I advertise, well, not advertise, but I'm kind of down for 4. And try to push to 6. So anything between 4 and 6 hours I usually do. 99% of the time I manage to make 6, but not feeling the best tonight. And I'm surprised I even got this far. Oh, my pleasure. Have a good one, Jaeger. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Bye. So, that was my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. I will be back again on the weekend, the usual, 3 days a week. Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, so back on Friday. Hopefully that No Man's Sky, that living ship thingy, freighter, Titan, will be done by then. We'll hit that out real quick, getting a small break for this, come back to this, and then we have Mirage, and we have... I've never actually done a Fallout 3 playthrough on Twitch, so that will be a premiere on that one. Yeah. I was going to do it about a while back, but my physical disc wouldn't work for some reason. When I contacted Microsoft, they told me to sell it and buy a digital version. Help desk, you gotta love them. But yeah, that's me done. So thanks everyone for following, guys, for watching, guys. Appreciate it, and thanks for the follows as well. Yeah, so we'll do the usual. See if any of our friends are streaming. Stop by, say hi, and appreciate it if you bear with me for that one. And hope to see you all again on the weekend if you've got the time. Until then, guys, take care and stay safe. And goodbye, Jaeger. Yeah, I'm obviously looking for more games, but Xbox is quite rubbish. But I am looking forward to early next year when I can get my hands on some kind of console that can access PC games. Yeah, or the better consoles that will really kind of open up a lot of games. You know, where I can play with the ease of console but not have the headaches of a PC. That'd be interesting. And of course, Minatius. Yeah, I hope I pronounced it right. Thanks for watching and following, Minatius. Appreciate it. And you too, Train. Appreciate the follow and watching. Jaeger, we mentioned, and of course Suburban Werewolf. Let's see what else is here. You know what my memory is like, I'm actually scrolling through this. And of course Killer Bee, have a good one, thanks for being here. We did mention Wolf, and of course best profile name, thanks for being here. I hope you have a wonderful day. And thanks for stopping in, Jesse. I appreciate it. That's all the guys, I think it is. Thanks for being here, guys. And of course, Terry, Hufflepuff, Digger, Randy, if you're watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day, ladies. So that's me done, guys. We'll be back again on Friday evening. Hope to see you then if you've got the time. Until then, let's do this raid and take care and stay safe, everyone. I'll do the usual. I'll look in this as long as I can, but to be honest, I think I'll be asleep within 10 minutes. So, okay, let's do this raid. And as usual, you get that kind of Xbox symbol. I'm not offline, but it kind of cuts in. And I'll just scoot through and see who we can raid. So, let's see who's out there.